Southampton Town Board to order on this 23rd day of August 2022. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. You're almost down. Tried to say it as quick as possible, but we traditionally start these meetings with a moment of silence as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms at home and abroad each day. So let's join together for a brief moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara. Present. Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Scavone.
Present.
All right. Thank you, Sunday. Okay. We're going to start off by recognizing 6 individuals who on July 8th did something I think most of us would consider heroic. This was at the North Sea Transfer Station when Steve McLaughlin and his wife were there bringing in some refuse, and Steve had a heart attack, and these individuals, Paul Sopko, Alexis Morenchel, Mike Speranza, Douglas Scherter, Brian Coriel, and Matthew Verity, all who work for the town, responded to the situation. I remember this day because I got the call that about this individual at the transfer station, and I was told that he wasn't going to make it, and my heart sank. And then I got a call about half an hour later. He's still alive. He's still alive. And he got transferred to the hospital, and he's here today. He not only made it, but he did really well. He sort of went to the other side and came back. Pretty remarkable, really a remarkable story. And thank God, you know, you got a second go-round here. You know, I know you'll do great things. But we wanted to take a moment to honor these individuals. And I have some certificates for all 6. Are all 6 of you here today? Why don't you stand up? Stand up, you guys. There's another round of applause. Now, their boss is also here, right? Tom Houghton, the head of engineering. Where's Tom? Houghton. Tom, can you come forward? You guys can sit. Yeah. Tom, I'd like to ask you to say a few words here on behalf of these men.
So thank you all for being here today. On the afternoon of July 8th, 6 of our fine town team members sprang into action to assist Mr. and Mrs. McLaughlin in their time of need. I'm so proud of the efforts of Mike, Doug, Brian, Alexis, Matt, and Paul for recognizing that Mr. McLaughlin was in dire need of help and rushing into action. From calling 911 immediately to moving the truck and stabilizing Mr. McLaughlin to securing the scene to allow medical and emergency personnel to have clear access, the team worked flawlessly to make sure that Steve had a fighting chance. I believe that those precious few minutes made the difference. Your dedication and commitment to the town deserve our applause, our thanks, and our respect. Our community is a better place because you're a part of it. Thank you.
You know, Steve is here with his wife, Mary, right, and your daughter, Molly, and Colin. So we have some of the family members here. So I'm gonna present these to you guys. So Paul, you're first.
Supervisor, if I may. Gentlemen, I want to thank you personally. I'm from Sag Harbor, and so is Steve McLaughlin. You saved a valued member of our community. He is a security guard at our school. He is well known and loved in the community. And on a personal note, he graduated with my brother, and he's a close personal family friend. So thank you. Steve, it's good to see you too.
Yes. Steve, you're also a former police officer, right? Yeah. Thank you for your service.
Would you like to speak?
Appreciate that. Do you want to say anything? Or?
Well, I think we'll thank these gentlemen, for responding, as quick as they did, do what they did, to this second. We're grateful.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. And Matthew will get that certificate for you, too. All right. You know what? Since we're thanking you today, we're also not going to make you sit through our meeting. So that would be punishing you. So we'll give you a moment to scoot out of here.
If you want to leave.
We'll be here for a while.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Job well done.
Thank
Well done. Thank you. All right, so next order of business, I'm going to make a motion to approve the minutes from our August 9th, 2022 meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Aye.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the town of East Hampton, a public hearing notice, town fire districts, the East Quogue Fire District, a budget workshop for 2023 coming up on August 25th at 7 p.m., financial disclosure statement filing from the listed individual, and emails, letters, and land use applications correspondence regarding the following. Chapter 312, parking prohibited on Old Country Road, West Hampton, property maintenance concerns, West Tiana Road, Hampton Bays, status of the West Hampton Beach Community Center, traffic and safety concerns on Old Fish Cover Road, Southampton, and a zoning board of appeals application for a residence at 4529 Noyak Road in Noyak. The following bid and request for proposals were opened on August 17th for the closed-top self-contained ejector trailer and site work and removal at 140 West Montauk Highway. The following reports were filed in the Town Comptroller's Office, the July 2022 monthly financial reports, and that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Okay, so we're going to move to public hearings. Sorry? We can do the walk-ons first. Yeah. All right, there are 4 public hearings. Councilwoman McNamara is reminding me that there are some additional resolutions we'd like to add to the agenda. And the earlier I do it, the better. I think it gives the public the most notice. So there's 10 of them. So I'll read them, and I'll try to make one motion to walk them all on. But if somebody wants to separate out 1 or 2, that's not a problem. So 41125 is warrant number 16. 41061 accepts donations to the North Sea Beach Colony ECD. 41100 authorizes the supervisor to sign agreement for award of CPF Water Quality Improvement Project funds to the Board of Trustees. 41108, notice of public hearing to consider the acquisition of land at 1040 Flanders Road and amend the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include the property. 41109, a notice of public hearing to consider the acquisition of land at 1140 Flanders Road, amend the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include that property. Boy, that sounded like the same thing. One's 1040, one is 1140. Okay, sorry. All right, 41111, authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with Hampton's Production House, LLC, for the preparation of a video to highlight accomplishments of the Community Preservation Program. 41113, notice of combined public hearing for the secret DEIS and zone change application of Liberty Gardens, also known as Concern. from R20 to MF44. 41119, recall and amend award to authorize supervisor to sign a contract with Nelson Pope and Voorhees for Shinnecock Hills Extension. 41121 is a 2022 notice to proposers RFP redevelopment at 20 Shinnecock Road in Hampton Bays. And 41130, recall and amend Resolution 2022-644 and authorize the supervisor to enter into amended agreement with Nelson Pope and Voorhees, which will exclude the community outreach portion of the scope of work for revitalization of Hampton Bays. I'll make a motion to walk all 10 of those on.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This requires 4 out of 5. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All 10 will be added. And we'll take them up later in the evening. Okay, so now we will go to public hearings. We have, again, 4 of them. Anyone who wishes to be heard, we ask that you fill out a yellow card. They're available right outside. And we provide 3 minutes for public comment to each speaker. The clerk will let you know when your time is reaching the last 30 seconds. And this first public hearing, we'll have it, in each case, the clerk will read the public hearing, and in most cases, somebody from the town will present at least some initial comments. So, Madam Clerk, would you read the first public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 1, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 312, Vehicles and Traffic, amending and adding parking prohibited in designated location regulations on a portion of Old Country Road, West Hampton.
All right, Sean Cambridge will introduce us.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the town board. This is actually our 3rd time hearing this public hearing tonight. This is to add roughly 300 feet of no parking in front of a property on Old Country Road near Beaver Dam Pond. You can all see there's a map printed. It's the bottom map. It's highlighted in yellow, the area we're discussing. Councilman Bouvier and I did go out and meet with the West CAC. Everybody seemed pretty happy. Our highway superintendent, Mr. McCardle, has graciously agreed to put up some split rail fencing and kind of restore this area for the homeowner. He's also agreed to clear some vegetation and make a safe walkway for the public to access the trustee access point over there. In addition, Trustee President Horowitz has agreed to work on creating a safer access point on a trustee property that fronts this water body. It's a little bit of a lengthy project, but we're hoping sooner than later we can make that second access point. I've spoken quite a bit on this, so I'd like to let the public have their chance. If there are any questions, of course, I can answer them, but I think we've covered it pretty thoroughly at this point.
Were you, Sean, were you able to provide any parking on the water side there, or is all the parking that the town is providing across the street?
So further down, basically from that homeowner's driveway on, the public could still park and take a walk on that side of the roadway. There's additional parking across the street. And like I had mentioned, the trustees intend to provide a pull-off area with a safe access point on their property as well. And they're pretty...
Is that a different part of the water body?
It is. It's the northern part of the water body. From what I've heard, there's appreciable water depth for kayak launches. We actually walked the site with the West CAC, Councilman Bouvier and I. Nice wooded parcel. It's not really being used for much at this point. Visually, for that neighborhood, it would just look like a driveway with a walking path in there and a little pull-off area. So not a huge impact.
Would the trustees provide some parking spaces as well?
That's the intention, yes.
Scott, did you want to speak to that?
I could briefly plan on it, but two things that are very important to the trustees, public safety and public access. So, the community, we've had various meetings about this, and the community is concerned about both of those, and we can achieve that with a piece of property that we own. On the other side, there is appreciable water depth as
When do you intend to accomplish that?
As soon as possible. My board and I have been, just started talking about it. We want to look at a plan and figure out what the best layout would be, but it's certainly something that should happen sooner than later. We want to get people out there to enjoy it, and we want to have a nice, safe parking area for them as well, and it's a great opportunity. It's everything that the trustees stand for, you know, public safety. So we're going to get right on that,
right,
and
thank you, Scott.
my board will be working on that diligently to, you know, to collaborate with you on providing what needs to be done.
Sorry to put you on the spot there. But.
No, it's okay.
All right,
My
back to
pleasure, sir.
Assistant Town Attorney Cambridge, I think there may be some other questions. Councilman Scrivoni, did you have a question?
No other questions. I was out there today, and I see the property that we're looking to put the no parking sign in front of, and down the little path that has been formed by people who are trespassing on our property. There's
Yes.
a lot of garbage and other debris back there, including the fence that she put up
That's right.
down. So, you know, I went down, I took a look at it. You can get to the pond over the guardrail, which is, you know, not optimal, but you can certainly get to the
Right.
to the water.
And the highway department and trustees have really been working well together and working for the community on this, and they're providing that access point.
And a lot of the brush has been cut back. Was that the highway department?
That was. They
That
started work. They're going to continue work in the
Thank
next
you to them. They did
several
a good
weeks.
job.
And if the town board's inclined, we have this on for
Okay.
adoption tonight.
Doing a good job.
Resolution 2022-845.
All right, thank
Right.
you, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm the
Any
lead
questions
sponsor
from-
on that, and I will be putting that forward tonight.
Any other
As is-
questions from the town board? All right, we'll go to the public. We have two public audiences, one here and one online. So we're going to start here. I don't have anyone who indicated they wish to speak at public hearing number one. So if you do, and you didn't fill out a card, just raise your hand. All right, I don't see anyone. Charles, do we have anyone online who wishes to speak at public hearing number one? Okay, excellent.
I do, Bob Moser. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Can you turn your mic up a little bit? Oh, we're going to try to turn it up. Is that Bob Mosher?
Yeah, that's Bob.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
It's a little soft. Charles, can you make it any louder?
I mean, you guys are equally as low at your end. So we're here. There are several people from the community that are here that are having difficulty hearing what you're saying. So I don't know where the problem is, but definitely we can barely hear what you guys are saying. I'm holding my speaker up against my head. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, so I guess I'll just read my letter, which I did send in today. My name is Robert Moser. I reside at 29 Dock Road in Spionk-Grimsenberg. I recommend to the town board that the proposed resolution of adoption amending the town code chapter 312 to add parking prohibited in designated locations on a portion of Old Country Road, West Hampton, be rescinded. I understand the concerns of the individual that resides at 10 Old Country Road and the trespassing that has occurred on their property to access the publicly owned Beaver Dam Pond. Restricting parking at that location is not fair to the entire community. The parking restriction, if approved, favors only that one resident, while the rest of the residents of our community loses a safe access location to the pond that has been there for many years. I respectfully request that the proposed legislation be rescinded and the town provides a safe alternative location to access Beaver Dam Pond. In the meantime, I urge the town to complete the clearing of brush behind the roadway guardrail along the southern edge of the pond that creates a blind curve for traffic heading east or west along Old Country Road. Got to get my letter back up here. I understand that the town is planning to construct a fence that identifies the meets and bounds of the property at 10 Old Country Road, the publicly owned road easement, and/or the town trustees' property along the southern edge of the pond. Urge the town to complete this construction as soon as possible so there's no question about which property is private and which is public. So there does seem to be some confusion there. The homeowner seems to be convinced that her property extends further to the east than it does. And I can say that the clearing that has been done by the highway department is well appreciated, because it does allow me during my sampling, which I'm going to be doing tomorrow, to walk behind the guardrail and get to the edge of the pond without crossing private property. And so I applaud you for taking care of that so quickly. But the rest of what wasn't clear was whether or not that was going to be, the project was going to continue east along the bend in the road to provide that line of sight so that people don't get whacked trying to cross the road.
30 seconds.
So that's all I have. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
And you said there's a written statement you were also giving us?
Yeah. it's
Yes,
already-
Jay, I did.
he's
All right,
already
thank
sent
you.
it.
All right,
Yep.
thanks.
Yeah.
All right,
I'd like to ask Sean to
it-
respond just quickly. just
Well,
to
hang
be
on one,
sure.
do we, Charles, is there anyone else? Okay, thank you. Sean, did, Councilman Bouvier wanted you to respond to,
Yes, I believe to where the fencing is going to be. The highway superintendent is placing symbolic split rail fencing on the town property along the residence property. So it'll be very clear where her property begins and ends. The trustee's property starts behind the guardrail and is being cleared for an access point. In addition, the testing that Mr. Moser is referring to, on our next town board meeting, we have a resolution on to allow him to continue doing that in the no parking area until this other point is created. He's working on a volunteer basis with SUNY Stony Brook and the SOMAS Water Quality Testing Project. They monitor harmful algae blooms, which are dangerous to swimmers, bathers, pets. So we'll potentially allow him to continue that prior to the trustees creating this other alternative access point. So we have, in a way, accommodated him as well, or at least we've done everything in our power to.
Sean, is there no room there along the water that's not in front of this woman's property where you could park at least one or two cars?
The guardrail is actually pretty tight, Mr. Supervisor. We went down and did the site visit. You could park further up the road and take about a 75, 100-foot walk to the water.
I mean, typically on an average day, how many cars are parked there?
It's a pretty busy road.
No, it's a very busy road.
road.
How many cars are parked there accessing the water?
I'm not sure I could accurately speak to it.
Is it typically just one or two?
No, it's typically
Probably a
three
little more.
or four, depending on the time of day, on weekends and towards the evening. That's one of the issues that keeps coming up, but we've allowed for parking farther up for the 75-foot to 100-foot walk.
Right.
If somebody wants to walk from that side. And additionally, there's parking across the street on Nadine Drive.
But the 75 feet up, is that in front of somebody else's house?
No.
No?
It's not their fronting side of their home. It's a side yard. So it would be in front of somebody else's property, yes. It would not be in front of this woman's home, faces the road on that
Concerned
side.
people walk through her property to get to the water?
Well, they do, and that's part of
Right, so there have been several instances with the Southampton Town Police Department. People have been fishing from her property, have been kind of walking around her yard. And she's been a good neighbor for about 20 years. She is a little older, she's concerned for her safety, and she said, you know, I've put up with this for a while. And she's really concerned with people walking around her yard.
No, that's legitimate, but it's also, there's a concern for pedestrian safety. If you have to park across the street
Right.
and now you cross. what's
To
it, Old
address
Country
that-
Road, is that what it's on?
Right, Old Country Road is pretty busy, as we all know. The highway superintendent, McCardle, is clearing that corner to provide a better sight line between the county road and the town road. That is why crossing that street is dangerous, in my opinion, and in Superintendent McCardle's opinion. So he's working to clear that sight line, so it'll be safer to cross. There's also parking available. The town owns the property across the street. It's a CPF property. There's a road right-of-way. People could park there. People can park on.
Again, though, it's you have to cross the street.
You do have to cross the street.
That's why this would be a lot easier if the trustees already had an alternative site created.
It's
Right.
pretty,
You don't.
pretty dense brush on their site. I had our town engineer take a look at it as well. He thinks it's a 1 to 2 year project. I know the trustees are a very motivated board They could maybe do a little better than that, but it is heavy vegetation, and they'll need heavy equipment to clear it.
All right, anything else for Sean?
Well, I just wanted to thank the property owner for being, she was working very well with us, and we had, Mr. Mosier was there, a number of people from the CAC West, and we all agreed that the trustee property, what we call Plan B, is the best thing, but we have to have an interim solution, and I think this is a really good one. I want to thank the Highway Department. Mike, who works for the Highway Department, was there, very helpful, and Scott for bearing with the community and coming up with a really good solution. It's the timing of getting that done properly in a way that's safe for everybody. But I should, to your question, Supervisor, there is a delineation of access there. And part of what's being cleared out there is to make sure, to Mr. Mosier's question, where the meets and bounds are, where her property ends and the access to the pond through the trustee property begins.
Right.
And that's the whole purpose of that fence being put in there, to set that up so it's very clear to anybody where one property ends and the other, and there will also be signage, so.
All right.
And Sean, to be clear, if there is someone else testing the pond, could they park in the parking zone as well? Or is this just Mr. Moser?
Any agent of SOMAS, the way I've written the resolution for our next meeting, any vehicle that is associated with SUNY Stony Brook or the SOMAS project.
Very good.
Yeah, and then I should add too, just to that question, that the homeowners granted access for that testing solely for Mr. Mosier, whoever is doing the work, to cross her property to do
Right.
that.
Right, the
Usually
homeowner
it's
was
about
comfortable with
15 or
that
20 minute
for him.
kind of thing. Go down and take water, take the water and get tested.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just mention, can I just interrupt a second and mention that there is somebody else that would like to say something on the public comment? And for whatever reason, we're not familiar how you let you guys know that somebody else wants to speak. But I know Carol Corcoran is waiting for somebody to let her speak.
All right, so if you wish to speak and you're watching online, somewhere along the bottom of your screen typically is a raise hand icon. And it would just be, right now, we're only entertaining comments for this first public hearing.
Right.
There's people who probably want to speak at other public hearings, but, Charles, do you see the hand that Mr. Mosier is referring to? All right, meanwhile, while you try to do that, Trustee President Scott Horowitz has something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to re-emphasize to the board, the supervisor, and to the public that's concerned about this, is that the trustee, we discussed this project, and as I said before, public safety, it is a very dangerous road. And, having good public access points for the public, on an area like this is very important. And we're going to try and move that timeline up as best as we possibly can. So as fast as my board can kind of get around the table and have a good collaboration on the best layout, we'll work with you on trying to alleviate this issue as quickly as we possibly can. The maintenance crew went down there initially to clear some paths for people to try and alleviate it immediately, and I want to, say that the Highway Department, Highway Superintendent Charlie McCardle is stepping up, also recognizing the need, and is helping us all out with the clearing of this corner by the guardrail. So, and Councilman Bouvier and I have been in meetings and discussing this as well. So whatever it is that my board can do, whatever I can do to help speed things along, we're here to work with you and with the public to be successful in this.
Okay.
So I just want everybody to understand that.
Appreciate it.
Okay?
Thanks, Scott.
President Horowitz. Okay, Charles, you got the person, I see them on the screen. If you'll identify yourself, ma'am, and we'll give you your 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Carol Corcoran. I live at 33 Old Country Road in West Hampton, just down the road from the pond. Me and my family have lived there for 4 generations. Most of my neighbors have also, multi-generational. We have always used that pond. The reason that people were trespassing on that one woman's property was because the access points were overgrown for quite a few years. We recently had the trustees clear those, so that we appreciate. They also cleared a nice path behind the guardrail so that we can get there safely. Now, the parking spot that you want to eliminate is the safest place to park. It makes it very convenient and easy for somebody coming in there with a kayak or, or a boat, and without having to cross that very dangerous road. The curve around, the traffic is very hard to see coming around the curve of the pond, and the traffic is very fast. And that is the most safe place that you could possibly use to access the pond. I'm very happy that they're going to make the pond available on the northern end. However, that's going to take 2 or 3 years, I'm sure. And meanwhile, we would appreciate keeping that access. I mean, it's not fair that that's taken away from us because of the complaints of one homeowner. The homeowner's complaint is being rectified by the town putting in a fence to stop anybody from crossing her property. And there's no need to cross her property now because those other access points are open. So I think that she's, in a very good position there. It's a very lightly used area. There are not many people that use that pond, really. Very rarely. I drive by there frequently. Very rarely do I see anybody parked there. Almost never, really. And it is very lightly used. The reason I want to keep this access point is that pond is used for ice skating. You cannot ice skate from the northern side of the pond because the stream enters there. The water is moving. It never freezes. So we need to keep that access to it on the southern side along Old Country Road because that's where the pond freezes solid. And if we lose this parking place, it makes it difficult for us in this neighborhood, in this area, to have access to that pond. And that's not fair. I think the homeowner there is having her problem solved by the fence, and also solved by opening that access point and the guardrail path so that there is no reason to take that parking place away from us. If you park across the street, it's extremely hard to get across, especially if you're carrying a kayak. And this is, it's not fair to take something away from us because of the complaint of one homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
All right, Charles, is there anyone
And
else?
please, one more thing, I'm sorry. I hope you are all reading the comments that people had sent in. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard at this public hearing online? All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, sorry, oh, there's another hand. Not the public portion's later. This is the public hearing. All right, sir, you wish to be heard at this first public hearing? Oh, yeah, that's Phil, huh?
It is.
It's Phil Smythe, so yeah.
We
Phil, you're.
can't hear you,
We
Phil.
can't hear you, Phil. I recognize you.
This is regarding the parking spaces?
Yes.
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 Yes, I'm just going to put in my 2 cents against restricting parking in that area.
Okay.
All right,
Okay?
that's Phil Smythe
Yep.
Yep.
from Rensenburg.
We got it.
All right,
Did
Thank
want
you.
that?
thank you, Philip.
Thank you.
All right, Charles, anyone else online? All right, I will make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We'll move on to public hearing number 2. Madam Clerk, would you read the public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 2, to consider amending speed limit from 40 to 30 on Sabonic and Shrubland roads.
Thank you. Assistant Town Attorney Sean Cambridge will introduce us.
Hello again. So this is a public hearing to consider essentially striking the 40-mile-an-hour limit from the town code. The default speed limit for the town is 30 miles an hour. I also have a diagram up. This is over near Hampton Bays High School. This is the one-way.
Not Hampton Bays.
Shrubland? Sorry. Not exactly a local, I'm sorry. But essentially you have juniors parking on this residential street.
You're on the
Oh,
wrong one.
my apologies. Shrubland is just to go from 40 to 30. That's the next one, you got a preview.
It's Shrubland and Sabonic, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right,
It's the
Shrubland.
two of them.
So,
So these are, it's a frequently used road, particularly for people who are avoiding County Road 39, but,
my apologies.
so Shrubland is a very curvy section. In fact, I've known people who've slid off that sort of very like 90-degree turn there. So it's very thin, narrow road and extremely windy. Sabonic is less windy, but still quite rural, and I think a lot of the other streets in that area are 30-mile-an-hour roads. So it's interesting because County Road 39 is technically 35 miles an hour. So Shrubland is 40. It's
Right.
kind of ironic that the non-main road would have a faster speed limit than the main road.
And-
But Councilwoman McNamara, did you want to say anything about this? This is your
Yeah,
resolution?
I brought this forward because of comments and concerns raised at the public hearing for the trial to allow left turns on Shrubland, which ended. But I brought this forward because I thought it was important, and then also I got feedback from Superintendent McArdle regarding when he was there every day, when the pilot program was going on, and he did notice there was excessive speeding there. Traffic has increased a lot there. You know, it's a heavily traveled road now. And especially in the evening, you know, some areas that aren't maybe so windy, there's a lot of cross traffic getting back to County Road 39 coming from North Sea. So he agreed that this would be a good thing to do, so I put it forward.
Okay.
There is a resolution of adoption prepared for our next scheduled town board meeting on September 13th. I'd recommend we leave it open at least for a 2-week comment period.
All right, well, there's a number of cards on this one, so any other questions?
Mm-hmm.
Or you have a question for?
I do, and it's more about process, not necessarily,
Sean, we
I-
need you back.
I certainly understand the spirit of the law, and I was at the meeting where the neighbors came and talked about traffic and speeding. I heard you. I know this. My question is about our process. Does this conform with our state regulations?
It does.
The manual on uniform traffic control devices, we've gone through everything?
We have. This is the town's jurisdiction to change the speed limit. We're in our right to do so if the board feels that it's necessary.
If the town of Southampton had a population less than 50,000, we would have to apply to the state for this, or any road, to
That's
be
right.
evaluated for a speed change and to change the signs. So what do we do in lieu of that?
So our default is 30, so by striking, it just goes to our default speed limit.
Okay.
Does this street also, well, it's really two streets, do they have weight limits on them?
Well, you could probably tell better than I would know, Mr. Supervisor. I don't,
I think the code does have a
Can
weight
Tom
limit
speak?
on it.
Tom has an answer.
Our town engineer, Tom Houghton, is
There are.
here.
Sure, there's a weight limit on the western end of the road that restricts it from commercial vehicles, and I believe it is a 10,000-pound or 5-ton weight limit. In addition, to speak to Councilman Schiavone's point, if we had gone to 35 or 45, anything other than our area speed limit, then a study would be required.
Okay.
But because we're going to the area speed limit that covers the portion of our town outside of what is currently specified, we can go to that.
Has there been any input at all from the school, the Tuckahoe School? Because doesn't it feed onto?
It does. So Tuckahoe School, the portion west of Tuckahoe School actually reduces down to, I think it's 30, right before it's a section 500. Let me back up. The 40-mile-an-hour section ends 500 feet before Tuckahoe School. And then it goes down to 30 miles an hour, and it basically merges into the school as far as the
That's
30-mile-an-hour
not
zone
going to be
goes.
affected by this?
No.
Not at all.
That's
It'll-
over, so there's a section that's already 30 miles an hour
Yes, it's the 500 feet west of the intersection that
with the school.
with the school.
Okay.
So we would be taking care of the western portion of that road. It's a lot of residential. We have the golf courses through there. There are golf carts that cross between both sections of the golf course. So it is a pretty residential area.
All right,
So,
thank you.
yep.
Okay, so let's go to the public. There are a number of cards. Well, I don't know if I have them in the order they were received, but forgive me then if I call somebody who got here after somebody else. But I got Nancy Warren is first.
Hi, I live at 246 Sabonic Road. My husband, Rich Warren, couldn't be here tonight because he's in East Hampton at a ZBA hearing. So he wanted me to read this letter to you. Dear Supervisor Schneiderman and members of the town board, unfortunately, I'm unable to attend the hearing this evening as I have another work commitment in East Hampton, so I've asked this letter to be read into the record. This letter is written to support the town board's consideration of reducing the speed limit from 40 miles an hour to 30 miles for Shrubland and Sabonic roads. For some time now, we have observed considerable and increasing traffic on Sabonic Road at high rates of speed, with considerable volume exceeding 40 miles an hour and vehicles not infrequently going in excess of 50. And because of that, my husband bought a speed gun. And we've clocked people at 62 and higher. We've observed a limited enforcement of the vehicular speed limit. Sabonic Road consists of a residential neighborhood of mainly local year-round residents, no sidewalks, and really no shoulders. With the volume of traffic we have currently experienced both in the morning and evening, the traffic exceeding the allowed speed limits makes walking, bicycling, running, etc. unsafe in our neighborhood. I commend you for taking action towards improving the safety in our neighborhood and urge you to adopt the reduced speed limit for Shrubland and Sabonic roads. And to your point about the 10,000-pound limit, if you come at 6 o'clock in the morning, we're now the new town route for all kinds of trucks. Deerfield Stairs, Fresh Direct, Montauk Brewing trucks, they're all well over 10,000 pounds, and they're speeding up the road. And I live on the stretch that is a straightaway when you turn the corner from like where Knollwood Road is and Sabonic Inlet, and it's just a straightaway to Barker's Island, and you just hear them accelerate. And the same coming back when they turn from Barker's down Sabonic. They just fly. We passed a truck, Sun Logistics, on our way here that turned off of Sandy Hollow to come down Sabonic and out to County Road 39. Why is he there? I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's,
I appreciate that. That's an interesting point, though, with companies like Fresh Direct, you know, Amazon Prime. Like, we don't necessarily not want them because they're reducing the traffic that people would have to go to, you know, other places then to go to the grocery
Right.
store or whatever.
I understand.
Something we look at because that's potentially positive.
in the morning during that pilot
In terms
program,
of traffic, yeah.
the FedEx fleet of trucks was one after the other. 7, 8 in a row. And none of them were doing 40 miles an hour. So.
All right, thank you.
Anyway, do you want this letters for the?
To the clerk. Okay, Christopher Warren.
Hello, good evening. My name is Christopher Warren. I live at 242 Sabonic Road. I'm an elementary school teacher in Hampton Bays, along with my wife. I've lived in Southampton for 30 years, and I'm now raising my family in my childhood home on Sabonic Road. And over the past few years, I've noticed an increase in aggressive driving on Sabonic Road, sometimes to the point where I don't feel safe to walk around the block with my newborn son, my wife, or my dog. So I'm just greatly appreciative of you considering lowering the speed limit for Sabonic Road.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for teaching.
All right, Lynn Gentitis. Was I close?
You were perfect, it's great. Thank you. Hi, I'm Lynn Gentithis, and I live at 243 Sabonic Road, so I think I'm neighbors of the Warrens. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate everything they said I agree with, and I just want to also say that our mailboxes are across the street. So people have to cross the street to get to their mail. So it's very dangerous, and I've lived there for 22 years. We've been on the street, and we've noticed an increase in traffic. So anything you can do, it is a residential area, and I'm just shocked with seeing all the other surrounding. Tuckahoe Lane is 30, Tuckahoe Road is 30, and as somebody mentioned, County Road 39 is 35. This is a residential area, and nobody goes 40. When they see a 40, they're going 50. And that portion where somebody was mentioning where the school is, you see 40, and then, I mean, you know, it's less than 200 feet, you see 30 and then 20. And for somebody to slow down that quickly is also a danger. So just thank you. I appreciate you considering this.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, Debbie Harrington.
I just wanted to say I agree with this proposal, and, you know, I don't want to repeat anything anybody else has said, but I just want to reiterate the fact of lack of enforcement. If we're going to do this, let's enforce it. I don't know if you've gotten any feedback from the town police as to why not, you know. There's no enforcement. So, I mean, if we're going to do this, who's going to watch over it?
All right, thank you. Maybe Councilwoman McNamara, do you know,
I did reach out to the police department, and I spoke to them about this going forward. If this passes, the first step that they will take is putting the flashing speed sign out there for a while, just to get people aware of the change in speed, and then they'll follow that with enforcement.
okay. All right, anyone else from our audience who has not filled out a card who wishes to speak at public hearing number 2? Trustee Pell?
Hello, Bill Powell, wishing not to speak as a trustee tonight, right?
Yeah,
on
you can
this.
speak as a resident. You live in that area, I know.
Yes, we had a house on 205 Sabonic, which my daughter bought, who's going to be raising her family there. And matter of fact, I see the Warrens walking every morning at 7:15 up that street, and they go down to the inlet and back. There's a high rate of trucks what go down there. That's what concerns me, because there's a lot of accidents on Sabonic and Tuckahoe. When we lived there during the summertime, it was like maybe once, twice, every other week was an accident there. On Barker's Island, there's an accident there at least once a week. They don't make the turn, they go really fast. So if you do 30 the whole way and and enforce it, and also do a weight limit on the trucks, no tractor trailers, because you have a lot of tractor trailers what use it as a shortcut. The food trucks on the way down to Sag Harbor, because my other daughter lives on the corner of North Sea and by Conscious Point. We hear the trucks there all the time, and you can follow them. They go right up Millstone, right down Barker's Island, and right on Shrubland or Sabonic. So that's the shortcut, and that's what you have to stop or slow down, because it's like major accidents all the time, and it's very, like, they're not lying, those neighbors, because I see them walking every day there. We don't walk there because it's too dangerous.
So you support the lower
I support
speed limit?
30 miles
Okay.
and no trucks. I'll limit the trucks.
Okay, thank you.
As long as you do it.
In the back? Please start by identifying yourself.
Hi, I'm Linda Colley. I live at 135 Sabonic Road, and I've been run off the road numerous times trying to turn into my driveway. We try to make a left turn, it's a lost cause because you can't get across. Try to make my right turn, they just rip out over the line and squeal on by. A lot of them just use it like a racetrack for sports cars. They come out of Sabonic Country Club in little Mini Coopers and all these fun things, and young 30-somethings are flying up and down the back roads. So speed limit would prevent that. But the other thing, I don't know how the algorithm works, but on Waze and Uber Maps and Maps, if we limit the speed limit, it probably will come up at a greater amount of time for people to go. So sometimes when the traffic backs up on 39, pops Blue Road into our road, and people that don't even know the road's there are like, oh, sure, I'll take that dip because I'll save 8 minutes or 6 minutes, even 1 minute, it'll come dark blue. So preventing the speed should reduce the time to get to the end of Shrubland Road. So instead of jumping off by the school, shoot down Sabonic, take a left and cut off that backup at the two Sabonics, the Waze and the Apple Maps should slow it down. So just by making the speed limit, you could change the algorithm to get people not to even know we exist back the way we want it.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
Might work. All right, anyone else who wanted to be heard?
Tom, did you want to say something?
Yes, I would like to.
All right, town engineer, Tom Houghton.
I just would like to note that as in our town code, we have buses and trucks over 10,000 pounds prohibited, except local deliveries. So
Got it. So that solves that.
That's why the food trucks are there, and tractor trailers must be investigated by the police to determine whether or not they are local or not.
Right.
So
Tom, don't run away yet.
Yeah.
When the community spoke the last time with all the problems they were having in that area, one of the suggestions I think Mr. Warren made was for some stop signs. Have you looked at that at all?
I have not.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Charles, online, do we have anyone who wishes to be heard? If you're watching this on your computer and you want to be heard just at this public hearing number 2, changing the speed limit on Shrubland and Sabonic from 40 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour, now is your opportunity. You do need to click the raise hand icon, usually found on the bottom of your screen. Charles, do you have anyone?
No hands.
Okay, excellent. I'll wait one more moment. Okay, make a motion to, Cindy, you're okay with closing this, right?
Keeping the record
Motion to
open.
close the public hearing, and seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we will move on to the third public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you read the third notice?
Public hearing number 3, to consider amending 312-20 Hampton Bays to prohibit parking on the west side of Gravel Hill Road between Argonne Road and Fanning Road.
So yeah, this is the one we got a little preview of.
Sean Cambridge. You tried this last time?
I drove this one this morning, so it was fresh. So I just wanted to get there. This is a parking prohibition on the west side of Gravel Hill Road. Essentially, high school juniors who are not allowed to park on campus are parking on both sides of the street. We're looking to eliminate that. You have fairly new drivers that are kind of parking all over the place. For bigger trucks, wider vehicles, it's tough to get down there. So, we could always amend this in the future if this is found to be excessive or something, but I think it's a good step forward and will solve an issue for this neighborhood and community.
So we have had requests from many of the people who live on Gravel Hill for this, and also from the superintendent of Hampton Bays to ask for a little assistance. You can only park in the parking lot if you're a senior in good standing. Once you lose those privileges, you are pretty much parking anywhere as close to the school as you can. Many of the roads are already no parking during school hours, so they've been using Gravel Hill, unfortunately, on both sides.
Right.
There have been many instances where trucks have taken out side mirrors and so on, and it's been a very dangerous situation. So we're trying to curtail that for the upcoming school year.
So this would prohibit it just on the west side
Correct.
of Gravel Hill.
And if the board's inclined to adopt, we have a resolution on later tonight with ID 40997.
Okay, so let's go to the public then, if there's no questions for Sean. I don't have anybody who indicated on a yellow card that they wanted to be heard at this public hearing. Is there anyone here who wants to be heard at public hearing number 3? Gravel Hill Road, no parking on the west side.
No rising juniors?
All right, Charles, to the computer. If you're watching and you want to be heard at the third public hearing on the no parking on Gravel Hill Road west side, please click the raise hand icon. Okay, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we move on to public hearing number 4, which I suspect is why many of you are here. So, Madam Clerk, would you read the public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 4, to consider the stormwater, wastewater treatment, and Mecox Bay Inlet aquatic habitat restoration projects proposed for 2022 Community Preservation Fund, CPF, 20% water quality improvement plan funding.
All right, and presenting will be Lisa Combrink, our CPF program manager. And this sadly is your last appearance, I believe, at a public hearing for the
It is.
for the town, because Lisa is leaving us. But we thank you so much for all the great work that you've done. So we've been so grateful to have you here, and we'll miss you. But let's, without further ado, I'll let you introduce this. This is for the water quality grants.
It is,
Was the
and-
voters approved not long ago, the 20%. And go ahead, Lisa.
Yes, thank you for your kind words, and I'm going to miss all of you too. It's been the highlight of my career to work here again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so our public hearing number 4 is the first of our 2 public hearings on water quality improvement grants through CPF for 2022. We've broken them up into categories, and so tonight the hearings relate to, or the applications relate to, stormwater management, wastewater treatment, and aquatic habitat restoration. You'll be hearing information on 11 projects tonight. We have approximately $16 million available in our water quality budget. That's the 20% of our of the revenues for 2 years ago. The Water Quality Improvement Advisory Committee has made recommendations to you, and you received a lengthy memo from them dated August 12th. So you'll have that for your information. And I just, before I turn it over to Jackie Fenlon to just explain to you the process that we went through this year, I just want to thank the Water Quality Improvement Committee, especially Stephanie Davis, our chair. I'd like to thank Jackie and Janice Shear and Beth Fellini and Emily F. Strachan from the CPF office. All worked very hard on the grant application process this year. And I really want to give them a big shout out for, we've had many, many meetings this year. They did a fantastic job. So I'm going to turn it over to Jackie Fenlon now, our new CPF staff member, our principal environmental analyst. And she'll just review with you briefly the process to get us to today.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and Town Council members. So I just wanted to say that I'm new to CPF, but I've been working with water quality since 2020. These projects are very interesting and making a real big difference. So I'm happy to be working with CPF and on these programs.
We're glad to have you, Jackie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we worked really diligently this year, and we tried to get the grant round opening done sooner in the year so that we can get the public hearings to you sooner as well. We worked diligently. We got the applications updated and released the round in February of 2022. We accepted applications this year until April 15th. Last year it was May 15th. So again, trying to shave down the time so that we could really get these public hearings before you sooner. We do have Stephanie Davis, the chair, here with us tonight, so she's here. We worked diligently with her, and it was a pleasure working with her as always, and with the other 5 members. So we have Chris Clapp, Anthony Graves, Andrew Brosnan, and Will Peckman, which is a new member to the advisory committee. We did receive 19 applications this year, so it seems that all these applications are increasing. So it seems like a very successful program, but with that comes more work as well. So today we do have stormwater, wastewater, and aquatic habitat restoration. At the following hearing, you will have the non-source abatement at the September 13th public hearing. So today we do have 4 stormwater abatement applications and treatment, which is Old Town Pond Bioswale. We have Phillips Pond Bioswale and Wickapog Bioswale. If the board is amenable, these are all in the village and in a very similar location, so I'd like to hear those all 3 together if you're amenable to that.
That'd be great.
And then we can move forward to Lake Agawam, which is from the trustees, and then we have some wastewater treatment applications, which is Armin and Judy Septic Improvement for the restaurant, And they also have employee housing, Calissa Restaurant, which is in Watermill, Harbor House, which is also known as Library Avenue, which is in West Hampton Beach, Bridge Gardens, which is in Bridgehampton, which has an alternative vegetative wetland treatment system, as well as Quag Wildlife Refuge, which is also a constructed wetland treatment program for the septic system. We also have Riverside Sewer System, which you guys are familiar with, and then the Sag Harbor Sewer Shed and K. Just because that's a larger project, we are holding that for the September 13th hearing. So I just wanted to say that we worked really hard and really closely with the Water Quality Advisory Board. So you do have in the bound package in front of you, this is a copy of the recommendation memo. It also gives the funding that was requested. So we had $17,408,789.46 of requested funding. This memo is recommending $12,531,859.61 of funding based upon diligent review of these projects. So this is before you. And then also these summary sheets, I just want to also thank Colleen and CRC because she helped me put these together, the summary sheets. So these are the bound copies, so that way it gives you a quick synopsis of the projects and explanation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Stephanie, who's speaking next? I'm sorry. So we're taking the 3 of the 4 village projects first? Is that what you're saying? All right. So who is presenting on behalf of the village for the project? Is there anyone? Jackie, you somewhat familiar with it, or Stephanie?
I am. They were notified, and I know the mayor cannot attend, but somebody was supposed to be here on his behalf. Maybe.
Or maybe they're not here, so maybe.
Might be here via Zoom.
Oh, it's possible. Charles, is there somebody indicating that they wish to speak via Zoom? We're looking for a village representative to speak on the 3 bioswales. Southampton Village. Is somebody indicating they're, I think it looks so.
Hello,
Because they
my
have
name's
so far
Rusty
to
Schmidt. I'm
travel,
here
they
to
wanna-
help out.
Speak as loudly as you can, because we're not amplifying very well.
Okay, no problem. So my name is Rusty Schmidt. I'm with Nelson Pope and Voorhees, and I'm the one that helped create the feasibility study and work through the water quality improvement plan design for the village. And I can answer the questions that you have for these 3 bioswales. What was indicated previously is yes, they are all in the same southeast corner of the village. However, the water bodies go to the watersheds go to 3 different water bodies, which is Old Town Pond, Phillips Pond, and Wickapog Pond. And all of the projects are roadway right-of-way, rain garden designs, and bioswales to collect that water from the roadways and clean them before allowing them to go to the pond, which they currently are doing. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Any questions for Rusty?
No.
All right, thank you, Rusty. No questions.
Oh, no problem.
And I'm just reading, Stephanie, that all 3 of these you recommended full funding?
Yes, when the committee reviewed these, we felt that they were well-designed, well thought out. We feel that each one of these projects should have an impact on water quality. We felt the costs were reasonable and well-documented, and we are recommending full funding on all 3 projects.
Is the village contributing anything toward them in terms of labor or?
Yeah, the village, there is no match on any of these three projects, which is, you know, something we looked at as well. There are other projects that we'll be considering that have considerably more match, or at least some match, and there are other projects that we're also considering that have no match. These three had no match.
But there were some companies involved in the feasibility study for presenting this to the committee.
Yes,
Right.
yes. And
that
doing
was-
all three projects together, there's some presumably cost savings with that, too.
Okay,
And
thank you.
these are actual constructions, these aren't studies?
No, these are actual projects, and they definitely are going to have a life of more than 5 years. And the village has means to take care of the maintenance that's going to be required for these facilities as well.
Okay. All right, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
I guess, I mean, this is gonna be a little bit challenging. We're gonna be going through some of the other ones too tonight. So should I take public comment on just those first three projects? Would that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay, and I do have a number of cards, but I don't know if they've indicated which. This one says James Verling, not for this one, right? All right, Harold Levine, not for this one. Derek Grigko, not for this one. Richard Wisnowski, Armin and Judy, so that says that. Dr. Gobler, not for this one, right, Chris? Okay, Laurie Wiltshire, not for this one. All right, Sean O'Neill. Also not, this is for Calissa, right, okay. All right, so let's go online. Is there anyone online looking to speak at this public hearing on any of the, or all three of the bioswales proposed for Southampton Village? Just the bioswales at this point? Okay, thank you.
Charles, is Rusty still available online? I do have a question for him.
Yes, I'm still here.
Rusty, what is the proposed lifespan of these bioswales? Did they?
So the original research when I first started doing bioswales was somewhere around 20 years for a roadway right-of-way garden like these. However, the latest studies have really shown that they're really getting to be 50 to 100 years. Just because the pollutants that are coming into them are not excessive. It's heavy metals and petroleum products that slow down the lifespan, and all those materials are caught in the top 4 centimeters of the rain gardens, and it's been really been working out well that they've been showing longer lifespans. What I didn't say is that the nitrogen loads are pretty significant. So the bioswales are for Old Town Pond is 116 modeled, 116 pounds annually being captured. For Phillips, I'm looking at the wrong one, it is 25, and for Wickapog, it is 34. So it's a significant reduction of nitrogen going into those 3 ponds.
And the maintenance it's fairly minimal once they become established.
Yeah, it's actually pretty significant the first year, but then it reduces the second year, and by the third year and beyond, it's pretty minimal maintenance, so as long as the maintenance gets done in the first year or two.
And that's going to be borne by the village of Southampton?
That is borne by the village, and actually it's written into the construction documents that the maintenance will be done by the contractor for 3 years prior to release to the village.
Thank you.
So it is part of the funding requested is to cover the first 3 years? Okay.
Yeah, it's minimal, but yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Rusty. All right. So, all right, we're going to move on then to, I guess, one of the other projects. So Jackie or Lisa, who is going to do this? All right, so the next one we'll entertain is the Lake Agawam Stormwater Management, and Scott or Bill, are you guys introducing this? Or James? Oh, James Durier? Senior environmentalist?
Good evening, Town Council. James Dury, Environmental Analyst for the Southampton Town Trustees, on behalf of them. Lake Agawam Bioswale, Stormwater Management at the south end of the lake, the parking lot. New York State DEC reports the harmful algal blooms have been confirmed with high toxins every year from 2013 to 2020. New York State DEC, as well as Lake Agawam Comprehensive Management Plan and Lake Agawam Harmful Algal Bloom Action Plan, identified stormwater runoff as key contributor of the excess nutrients and led to hypertrophic conditions and past fish kills in Lake Agawam. The CMP and HAB plan recommend identifying all possible land opportunities for recharge facilities in the watershed, including rain gardens where feasible. Project before you proposes a stormwater management improvement project, including a rain garden island within the Lake Agawam parking lot of the southern end of Lake Agawam, owned by Southampton Town Trustees. Project will be phased. Phase 1 includes the surveying, permitting, design, and construction support. Phase 2 includes the site work, materials, and construction. Project seeks to install a bioretention system and rain garden to filter stormwater runoff and reduce sediment, excess nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen, and reduce stormwater impacts to Lake Agawam, which has experienced the HABs. Bioretention systems are often referred to be a variety of names such as bioinfiltration areas, biofilters, rain gardens, or recharge gardens, and recognized by the New York State DEC and other agencies as best practices that are very effective in removing pollutants and reducing stormwater runoff. Properly designed bioretention practices mimic natural ecosystems and through species, diversity, density, and distribution of vegetation and the use of native species. This allows for bioretention systems to be resistant to insects, disease, pollution, and systematic stresses. I'm also joined here by Trustee President Scott Horowitz and Secretary Treasurer Bill Pell. So if you have any questions for us.
So what, currently road runoff goes right into Lake Agawam?
Yeah, it's a paved parking lot, and there's a small area of natural vegetation that the trustees have been maintaining. They want to make sure that on the inside of the on this area, they're going to vegetate. It's all cement sidewalk.
They're going to rip out this
area.
cement.
They're going to rip that out and put the retention bioswale in the middle, and it's all going to go down to the rain garden here. And then there's also a rain garden on the west side.
Are we losing any parking spaces or no?
No.
Oh.
James, is that a pre-existing rain garden there that the trustees had? I remember this.
On the north side of the parking area, there is a vegetated area. Yeah, it's but they're gonna enhance the rain garden on that end and also on the inside of the middle.
This is going to integrate with the existing.
Correct.
Did you say something about an island or?
That's the middle section.
Okay.
Right now, it's all.
So there's nothing in the water here itself?
No, just the park.
And has the village in concept agreed to this? And that's their, I imagine it's their road right there, right?
Yeah, we haven't had any issues with the village. The Lake Agawam Conservancy also is in support of it and is offering $50,000 match to this project.
Is that, okay, the
That should be in
50,000
there.
private money, okay.
Does the village have to permit this work?
Yes, that's going to be, does the village have to permit, you're asking? The trustees are permitting as well.
The trustees do, but it's in the village, so.
I'm not sure, but all the permitting process is involved with this proposal.
I'm sure they're going to love it.
Right.
Cleaning up Lake Agawam.
So the trustees are also putting in some matching funds, correct? From your budget? I mean, I'm just reading the write-up. It says matching funds from town trustees of 10%, 88,000?
That was proposed. It's up to the trustees. Maybe the trustees can speak.
And then matching funds from Lake Agawam Conservancy of 10%, 88,000. But then I see
Yeah, they wrote a memo changing it
50,000.
to maximum of.
Stephanie, do you have some information on this?
Yes, the application indicates. Yes, the application indicates that the trustees are going to pay for 10% of this, which is $88,000. And the application also originally indicated that the Conservancy, Lake Agawam Conservancy, was going to pay for 10% of this, which is just $88,000.
But then
There was a later letter that reduced the Conservancy's match to $50,000.
but then you also have a recommended funding at the full request.
Right, the ask already subtracted the match. So the requested amount already took into account the match. So we're recommending it funding it 10% after the funding from the
All right,
trustees.
So the
of
full
Lake
cost
Agawam.
is more than the 624,000.
That's correct, yes. If the full cost is $800,480.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's going to?
All right. All right, thank you. All right, any questions for James?
So I have a question. If the full is 8, this doesn't, I mean, who's going to make up the difference? We're only given 624.
Yeah, the math doesn't work.
No.
Yeah. Are we going to have enough money to complete the project, or the trustees?
With the funding at
Yeah.
624, will the project be fully
Less
funded?
the difference of the change in match, as I think that's what we're referring to.
Right.
There's a difference there, and I think what's being asked is where that money's going to come from.
Or if it's even needed. If 624 is what the trustees asked for, right? And that's what,
No,
It's their application.
the requested amount says it's 624,480, and that is what the Water Quality Committee recommended. So is that with the $50,000 from the Conservancy, and then you guys can take it from there and get the project done?
Let's just say, so the trustee board, the Southampton Town Trustee Board, we've been, collaborating with the village, supporting, a lot of these projects, because, as you pointed out, they're located in the village, but the trustees own waterways even in the village. We own these lakes and ponds, and obviously they become public health hazards from time to time, and they should be focal points, and they're not. So we've been working diligently with the Lake Agawam Conservancy and with the village to try and do this. We try and pitch in where we can. I got to look at these numbers, because I wasn't aware of this reduction in contribution, so we'll have to take a look at those numbers. But, we're engaged in trying to work with everybody and trying to get these waterways cleaned up, so we have to take a look at those numbers now that they have them. But whatever it is that, you're able to provide for this project, the trustees fully support, as we've been working with the village diligently on a lot of projects to try and clean things up. So whatever you can do would be very helpful. We're in support.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Well, I'm sorry, Scott, I'm still having trouble understanding, because are you guys are committed to this 88?
We'll,
88,000?
I don't know if you want to speak to that, Trustee Pell, or, I know we're committed to a portion of this, but I wasn't aware of this change. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that change, so
Okay.
you kind of caught me off guard there.
All right, yeah, so just let us know.
I will let you know,
before
because we got to take a look at these numbers
Just
now.
want to see the numbers, make sure that you don't have a shortfall that'll hurt the project.
This project actually started like 12 years ago, 13 years ago. We first did the first bioswale. This was already designed. And in the design field right now, we just have to update the design, fix the parking lot. And once this project is done, the whole south end of the lake will be done. all the way from corner to corner, where they just did on Meadow Lane coming down. We want to go up to we have a small boat ramp there. It'll be up to the boat ramp and past them and attached to where their bar swell is there.
So if the minimum amount of funding is available to you, you can complete your phase of the work this year?
We can do a lot of it.
Okay.
Might have to come back later on.
Right, I think also, I think some of that number comes in, we're gonna be supplying some labor from our crew. So I think some of that is not in cash dollars, some of that is we're gonna be supplying and doing some of the work with our maintenance crew. So that was factored in there, so it's not all a monetary contribution, a good chunk of that is going to be, we're gonna be actually doing some of that work there. So there's a value to that, obviously.
Yeah, and you're building on previous work.
And we're building on previous. So our contribution at the end of the day, when you factor all of that in, including our, sweat equity into this project, will be around that number.
Yeah, I don't want to see the previous work fall by the wayside because of
Yeah.
financial discrepancy. Okay.
Neither do we. And I will say that when everybody is collaborating on these projects, we're getting ahead of them and we're finally getting things done, and that's what this board has been doing with everybody.
We did have a public hearing on this for support, support for it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get some public comment, if there is any. First, our audience here at Town Hall, this is just on the Lake Agawam Stormwater Management Project proposed by the trustees. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard? All right, seeing none, I'll go to our online audience. Charles, is there anybody raising their hand or that raise hand icon? Good, then to move on to the next project. So
I'd like to note that trustee Welker is also present here tonight, so they have a quorum.
Trustee Welker, thank you for pointing that out. Trustee Welker is here. Okay, so which is the next one you'd like to take?
Armin and Judy.
All right. And Lori Wiltshire from LPS, Land Planning Services, will introduce this.
Hello, good evening. 1970 Montauk Highway is a commercial property which seeks to receive funding from the Water Quality Improvement Program to upgrade their failing septic system. The applicants must pump their cesspools once every 3 weeks. It has cost them tens of thousands of dollars at this time. In the corner of the property is Little Long Pond, a freshwater wetland, and part of the Mecox Bay watershed. 1970 Montauk Highway, with its proximity to wetlands, improving it with an IA can be a positive force to the surrounding ecosystem for sure, especially if the existing system were abandoned and the IAOWTS installed. Home to Armin and Judy Restaurant. This should be considered for the Waste Quality Improvement Program's grant to install the IAOWTS. To date, we've obtained permits from the New York State DEC, the Southampton Town Environment Division, Suffolk County Health Department. All those approvals are in hand. And Richard Wisnowski from the Rayner Group is here with me to address the design, the cost, and the longevity of the proposed system. If you have questions for me, let me know. Let him speak first, he may answer them.
Okay.
Hello. My name is Rick Wisnowski with the Rayner Group. I worked on the design for the IA system at Armin and Judy. Currently, they have one system which consists of a grease trap, a septic tank, and then 4 8x12 leaching pools. And those leaching pools are severely undersized, and as Lori was saying, have to get pumped out every 3 weeks. So the new design takes into account the flows from the health department. So we're increasing the capacity of the septic tanks, increasing the capacity of the leaching pools so that the pumping will need to occur at a less frequent basis. Proposed cost for this is about $90,000. That includes the abandonment of the existing system and the installation of the new system, the IA, the leaching pools, and then restoration of the site. It's in a gravel parking lot. With the new installation, we're separating the kitchen flow from the sanitary flow, so that'll reduce the amount of grease that comes into most of these leaching pools, so that should also increase the longevity of the septic system. I would imagine that it would be able to last probably 20 to 25 years. The IA system, probably about the same amount of time. And then with the IA system, the applicant needs to sign an agreement with HydroAction wastewater treatment company who does the installation, that they will maintain a 3-year maintenance agreement to work on the IA system and treat it and make sure everything is working properly.
Does this system have a grease trap
Yes,
along with the kitchen?
yes,
And
it does.
it has to be maintained by the owner?
Yes, correct.
And that's part of the maintenance agreement?
No, that's not a part of the maintenance agreement with the IA system, so we're splitting them. Currently, it goes from the grease trap to the septic tank to leaching pools. That's where all the waste goes. So now we're going to split it. It's going to go from the grease trap to the septic tank to leaching pools. That's just going to be the kitchen waste. And then we're having all the sanitary flow go into the IA system and to leaching pools.
Okay. It doesn't work right with the kitchen flow into the IA
Yes,
system,
yes.
so it has to be
It has to be
mitigated. Thank you.
diverted,
Yeah.
Do you have enough room in terms of the number of leaching pools? So you're gonna have
Yes.
some leaching pools. You're gonna use existing leaching pools?
We're going to reuse 2 of the existing leaching pools. We're going to reuse the existing grease trap. It's properly sized.
So you're just gonna pipe the kitchen waste?
That currently is piped into the grease trap.
Right,
And then the sanitary waste goes into the septic tank.
Now,
The septic tank's going to be removed.
So the rest of the waste, the restaurant has a bathroom?
Yes. That's going to be going
Is there
through the IA
also a
system.
residence there? I know that.
Yes, there's a second floor apartment, and then there's a cottage in the back that's currently not inhabited, but we've sized that, and we're going to connect that to the IA system so that it can handle, any waste from that
Well,
bathroom.
That's just, I know they're thinking about doing workforce housing, for
Yes.
staff housing there, but
Yes.
I don't think we've changed the law yet to allow restaurant workers in an accessory building. I think that's something that we're gonna look at, but.
It's sized properly for that, if that
but
were
this
to
will be
happen.
able to handle that
Yes,
as
correct.
well.
Yep.
Which way you're looking at?
Is it, so it's scaled to handle more waste than the restaurant currently produces?
That's the next.
Yes. What's currently in the ground now is undersized based on the size of the leaching pools and what.
But there's no growth proposed, you're not looking to expand the restaurant?
No, we are going based off of, I think it's 65 seat.
Restaurant?
Yeah.
Because there are some limitations on how CPF dollars can be used, or not to increase.
No, we're not trying
In which case
to,
we'd
we're
have-
keeping the same flow
But I
that's
just want to make sure that the
grandfathered
money
in.
that's being requested, none of it's going toward this grease trap, the kitchen waste, it's all.
No, the grease trap there is staying.
And you said
as
you're
is.
using HydroAction?
HydroAction IA system, yes.
All approved by the Suffolk County Health Department?
Yes,
no
yeah,
problem
and
there.
we already have, we've received approval from the health department.
Can I ask Stephanie, I wanted to go over thank you. Because you didn't recommend full funding for this, but pretty close.
Yes, we went over the cost estimate here. We felt the cost estimate was very reasonable. As has been our practice in the past for commercial properties, we don't typically fund the design costs, which is why the difference between the ask and what we're recommending. The ask was $90,000, what we're recommending is $78,000. And we confirmed that they did not include the cost for the grease trap for the kitchen in this cost.
Okay,
Okay?
all right, thank you. And of course, they'll have the savings of not having to pump it every 3 weeks. Any other questions on this?
I'm just trying to understand what the flow rates are for this. I'm not sure I'm entirely understanding that. Could you speak to that? You have 1,100 gallons per day.
Correct.
All right, using a hydro system.
Yes.
And you're separating out
Yeah, so for the restaurant, there's 5 gallons per day per seat that for sanitary flow and 10 gallons per day for kitchen flow.
Okay, that just, it seems like a higher number, and that'll make a comparison to the next application, so I just want to understand.
Yeah, I think it was about 860 if I remember off the top of my head. And they have a 800 gallon and then it goes up to 1100 gallon.
Yeah.
So we needed to.
Because hydro's a bit different.
Than the Fuji.
Like a Fuji.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, to the public on the Armin and Judy septic improvement project proposals. Anybody who wanted to be heard on that here? All right, Charles, anyone online indicating they wish to speak on the Armin and Judy Restaurant Septic Improvement Project? All right, thank you. All right, let's move on to the next one. Are we taking Calissa next? All right, is there somebody here who wishes to present on the Calissa Septic Improvement Project?
Yes.
All right.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I'm Sean O'Neill from Bridgewater Environmental. We are the project manager on this particular project, which is a septic improvement application for the Calissa Restaurant. It's at 1020 Montauk Highway in Watermill. The restaurant's a 100-seat restaurant on 1.7 acres. It also includes a 10-bedroom apartment for employee housing. It's mainly located above the restaurant. So the sanitary improvement would both be for the sanitary flow from the restaurant and the sanitary flow from the 10-bedroom employee housing located above the restaurant.
That already exists, the employee housing?
Already exists.
Okay.
So important to note, there's no increase in either the restaurant size, sanitary flow from the restaurant, or sanitary flow from the 10-bedroom apartment for this application. So just to treat, it's a similar situation to what you just heard in Armin and Judy, where you have a bunch of failing, antiquated cesspools. I don't have the data for 2022 as of yet, so the season isn't over, but we have all the pumping data from 2021 for the restaurant. Similar situation, they're pumping. And during the peak of the season, they're pumping once a week. And last year, during the restaurant season, they did a total of 42,000 gallons of pumping. So basically, the system is woefully inadequate for the restaurant, and we're proposing an upgrade, splitting sanitary from kitchen waste, and proposing a FujiClean CEN 21 system. A series of septic tanks and drainage leaching pools after said septic tanks on the area. The area is important. The restaurant is an important contributor to the Mecox Bay watershed, which is a 302D listed by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation as an impaired water body. The main concern in said water body is fecal coliform. The main contributor is septic systems. So this is targeting the exact impairment of the water body. That's what's in the Southampton's Water Quality Improvement Program list of water bodies to be targeted. The other alarming statistic, and one of the first, when we first were looking at this, when Bridgewater in particular was first looking at this, is nitrogen. So using the water track system, which is Suffolk County Water Authority's way of tracking contaminants, interactive system and contaminants in groundwater. Several wells in the area were concerned with nitrogen levels of up to 8.69 milligrams per liter. The maximum total amount of nitrogen allowed is 10 milligrams per liter, so these are inching very close to being unusable wells in the area for public water. So it not only affects the watershed, but it also affects everybody in the Watermill area, where they're getting their water from and what they're drinking. So we felt like this was a really good project to take on, and rather than just continue to have the situation where they're pumping and pumping and pumping and pumping and pumping, try to find a final solution to this, and a permanent solution to this problem they continue to have. So that's the gist of it. And it's using all technology. We're using TF Engineering in Sag Harbor. They're our subcontractor that's doing the design there, David Rhodes. And we have preliminary plans done, submitted to the Suffolk County Department of Health Services for review at this point. And that's sort of where we're at.
All right, thank you, Sean.
Sure. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, just a quick question. There's a $17,500 match. That's, who's matching that?
Where do you see?
We didn't propose a match for this.
Is that for
I
the
think that the
design?
Water Quality Committee.
Water
Is that
quality.
for the design?
Where's the match coming from?
No, I think they're just recommending $17,000 less than full funding, which would mean that the owner would cover that 17.5.
Well, that's what.
Sure. Yeah.
Is that what you're proposing?
That would be amenable. Yeah.
Okay.
Could live with that, okay.
Because you've also, your grease trap, they recommended not the grease trap or the engineering design on that, which was a.
Yeah, I had
amount.
I had a communication, I don't know, about 2 months ago with Jackie Fenlon about said thing. We contacted Suffolk Precast and sent them riches to figure out what that will cost. Broke that cost out. It's about $3,500, and so yeah, the owner is willing to cover that as well.
Yeah, this is a good thing for, particularly for Mecox Bay, and, the contributors to that are huge, so, this is a good project. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sean? I think Richard Wisnowski wanted to speak on this too. Richard here? No? Richard Wisnowski? I have him for Armin and Judy.
Yeah, he's spoken, yeah, Armin and Judy.
That was a,
Yep.
Oh, that's not Calissa,
He
that's
spoke.
on, right. That's the wrong one. This is not Armin and Judy, this is Calissa. Thank you. Okay, so is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this? All right, Charles, anyone online? No one. Okay, thank you. Sean?
Thank you. Thank you, Armin.
All right. So, yeah, Stephanie, the recommendation was not full funding, but you backed out the design and the grease trap.
Yeah, because it doesn't add up to this, right, okay.
Okay. All right, Jackie, which one do you want to do next? All right, Harbor House, the Library Avenue Owners Corporation, Harbor House Sewer System Installation. Who is presenting here? Sir, just identify yourself.
Good evening. I'm Harold Levine, and I'm the president of the Library Avenue Owners Corporation, also known as Harbor House. And we are located in the Phase 1 sewer system plan of the Village of West Hampton Beach. Okay. I am joined today by Derek Ryko, our vice president of our community and an experienced project manager, and James Vierling, a project engineer from H2M. As you know, in April, we submitted an application for a Community Preservation Fund grant to support the installation of the sewer infrastructure that will enable Harbor House to connect its 50 residential units to the Village of West Hampton Beach Phase 1 sewer service area. For your information, there are no plans for any additional units in our community. As indicated in our application, the sanitary wastewater flow from Harbor House represents approximately 20% of the village's Phase 1 plan, which is over 12,000 gallons per day. Our connection will enable the village and town to make real progress toward achieving nitrogen reduction goals. It is estimated that we will reduce the nitrogen pollution by over 2,400 pounds per year. Included with our application was a budget that was estimated at that time. Unfortunately, throughout the design process that has been ongoing since our application was submitted, H2M identified variables that have increased the project estimate. Should you want some specifics, James Vierling can speak to those issues. While we are hopeful that the actual bids will be in line with the estimated budget, Inflation and supply chain issues are an unknown at this time. The community may be able to absorb some additional costs, but we're appreciative of your favorable review of a supplemental funding request, should that be necessary. As you know, our Community Preservation Fund grant request is only for sewer-related costs, and to date, we have paid over $16,000 for engineering fees to H2M. We will be self-funding the restoration of our parking lots at an estimated cost of over $165,000, as well as repurposing the existing cesspools for stormwater recharge by connecting them to our building's roof leaders at an estimated cost of $44,000. We have been advised that this repurposing will provide additional environmental benefits. Our project will be most cost-effective if it can be accomplished before the spring of 2023. The reason for this is that the sewer infrastructure will be installed in conjunction with a needed parking lot improvement project that is planned for the spring of 2023. In scheduling the work in this manner, it will eliminate our need to request funds for the restoration of the parking lots or to repair work that had already been done. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your favorable review of our requests. Do you have any questions of us?
So at this point, you're asking for $394,000?
Well, that was the original request.
That's the original request.
That was the original request.
We haven't amended that at this point, but that's what we have in front of us.
Correct.
Which is, the committee has also supported, but the actual project costs, there's quite a bit of additional costs that'll be borne by the association.
Correct. We're assuming about $209,000 worth of costs.
So ultimately, this will connect the 50 units to the sewage treatment at Kobreski Airport.
Correct.
What's your current system for stormwater runoff?
For stormwater?
Yeah.
Stormwater runoff?
Yeah, right, you're going to connect them to...
right now it's just...
This is all wastewater.
Right now it's just going down the leaders into wherever. It doesn't go into anything...
Which contributes to our surface water, right?
Yes.
Thank
James
you.
can explain the technicals of that.
Well, right.
Well,
It's important. and
I think it's an
if I
important
could-
question
Yeah.
to add to that, to how that stormwater is managed with the current system in West Hampton Beach. Is it contributory to that or not? It's a legitimate question to ask.
Yeah, that's what I was going to jump on. So
Thank
my
you.
name is James Reeling. I'm with H2M. We were the consultants with working with Harbor House on this. Their existing, the existing stormwater is it runs out into the parking lot, and I believe there's a few dry wells at the edge of the driveway, but it also runs out into the road, and they're actually located directly. I don't know how many are familiar with the area. It's Library and Stevens. The Village Marina is actually right across the street from them. So and they're right on the Money Bog. Right
So
there.
you're treating the effluent as well as mitigating stormwater runoff by utilizing it.
Yeah, the
I
village
like it.
has-
It's a
yeah,
two-pronged.
the village has indicated
It's a
that
nice
they're-
design.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the question, the question I was trying to get to is that is contributory to the whole management system that was put in place for West Hampton Beach to filter out stormwater runoff into Moneybog down that corridor. Are you joining into that, or is this a separate
No,
runoff feature?
this is separate. This is on-site. This is they're they're co-op complex.
Okay.
So that's just to contain it on-site. It's not part of any larger village project.
That's good. You're going to handle your own stormwater runoff.
Yep.
And we're going to pay for the repurposing of the cesspools for that function.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
I have none. I thank you. All right.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so I'll take public comment on this. James, did you want to speak? Oh, that's your James. Okay, what about Derek Gritko?
You guys have been really patient.
Thank you, everyone. Derek Greco, raised in East Quogue, long-term resident of Southampton Town. recently moved back into the village of West Hampton Beach. So this area is important to me, so your consideration for this project means a lot to me personally. I'm the vice president of the board, I work at an engineer consultant, MEP, senior associate of production and scheduling. So I look forward to offering my skill set for my community to make this project successful, go smooth, keep our community informed, make sure everything goes smooth on our end as far as to our community members. I just, again, thank you everybody for your consideration of our project, and me personally, I'm excited to be a part of it.
All right,
Welcome back.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks. Okay, anyone, Scott?
I'm just going to speak to it briefly, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. This is another example, Money Bog Bay, where the trustees own a bay bottom and a waterway that's located also in collaboration with the village. And, we're trying to maintain water quality on all of this. So anytime I see a project that's going to help take some pressure off of one of our waterways, I want to support that and say thank you for trying to do that. Money Bog Bay is a problem that we're trying to get a handle on. A lot of activity in Money Bog. There's a lot of pressure. So being able to take some pressure off of that would be great, because we're going to be, taking some actions to try and help get things going in the right direction there as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, Scott, because, this project, I think, is really representative of, you're going to be paying into a sewage district. You guys jumped out in front to do this, and I think that's really critical. A lot of investment's been made in West Hampton Beach, and this pays off by what you're doing, and I kind of talk about you guys as a bit of a model, so I'm really glad to see this application come up ultimately, because it's a big project. A lot of investment's been made already, so thank you.
Right, and the committee recommended full funding of the request. So this is anyone else publicly wanted to speak just on this? On the Harbor House sewer system? Or Charles, anyone online? No. Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to the next, I guess, is Bridge Gardens? Bridge Gardens, who's presenting for Bridge Gardens? Oh, Dr. Goldberg? You folks from Harbor House don't have to stay. You're welcome to if you're bored.
This is Peconic Land
This is
Trust,
good stuff.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
So Chris Kobler, Stony Brook University, also director of the New York State Center for Clean Water Technology. And actually, if it's possible, I'd like to be able to speak to both the Peconic Land Trust and the Quogue Wildlife Refuge projects. If that would be okay.
That would be great, Doctor.
So it's two different applicants, but the Center for Clean Water Technology is working on both of these projects. So I'll just speak to the technology first, maybe. So these are both wetland treatment systems. To my knowledge, there's yet to be one of these installed as an IA system in the town of Southampton, so these would be new technology. But that's despite the fact, new for the town, this is widely used around the world for treating wastewater. We've installed some of these systems in some other locations on Long Island, specifically a place called Upland Farms, so the Nature Conservancy property in Cold Spring Harbor. It functions very well. Traditionally, a wetlands treatment system is mainly meant to reduce organic matter by circulating it through, and you get some nutrient uptake from the wetlands itself, the plants. But that nutrient uptake would really only be primarily during the summer growing season. So we actually have these systems designed in such a way that they're aerated through a circulating gravel filter. There is vegetative uptake, but then the final deposition goes to a wood chip biofilter, which then leads to high rates of denitrification, generally getting less than 10 milligrams per liter. The standard for Suffolk County is 19 milligrams per liter. Both of these sites, so again, Bridge Gardens in Bridgehampton and the Quogue Wildlife Refuge, these are public places, so that means two things. One, there's a lot of people there using the facilities, creating a strong point source. We've done the math, and the money requested for these systems is much less than it would be. You're getting a lot more nitrogen removal per dollar for these than you would be if you're doing individual IA systems. So, for example, and I should just say the cost, I'm going to get the cost wrong off the top of my head, but I believe, and maybe I can get an assist. Do we have the cost of the two projects handy? I think one, yeah.
91,
say I think.
5 and 90.
The total project cost for the bridge harden system is $157,740, of which a $91,500 request.
Yeah.
This is substantial enough.
Yeah. So in both cases, the Center for Clean Water Technology is matching close to $70,000. So it's somewhere between 60 and more % of the total project cost. That's going to be, we've already in both cases, we worked with the owners. We've identified the location. We're working with Rue Associates, which is an engineering firm. We've surveyed the site. We've designed the system. We'll continue to shepherd the project through the pipeline. So with funding, we'll then have the full plans drawn and approved. We'll contract for a installer, and we're going to be monitoring the system for 5 years. The other couple of more benefits just to mention about this project, and I'm not timing myself, so I don't know if I'm over 3 minutes already, but I'll just quickly say these are public places, so there'll be signage, and I think that for lots of many, probably tens of thousands of people to see every year. So one, they'll understand, what the whole project is about, the benefits of it. They'll see the town is supporting it, so I think that's a really good thing. And and as a high traffic area, there's lots of nitrogen coming in, lots of nitrogen being treated and removed. Yeah. Oh, and then the final thing is that so you're all aware that you've talked about, say, HydroAction, Fuji Clean. These are all approved systems. Wetlands aren't even approved yet in Suffolk County. Now, because they're used so widely globally, they went past the experimental phase. They're now in the piloting phase. To advance from piloting to provisional approval, there needs to be 8 systems installed that all show performance. And so the town will also then be supporting, by having these 2 systems, these will be 2 of the 8 systems that then get the systems approved to general provisional approval in Suffolk County. So many benefits here, big matching funds, more cost effective for the town's CPF money than doing individual on-site systems. So those are the big selling points.
The first one in the town of Southampton? I thought we had done one of these already.
Not to my knowledge. There's one in Shelter Island. We have one in Cold Spring Harbor. There's one in Brentwood. We just got approved to put one in East Hampton. To my knowledge, there's yet to be a wetlands IA system in Southampton.
Okay.
Is it similar to Meshashamua Park installations and what's planned for West Hampton?
So those are different. Those are nitrogen removing biofilters. So those are like drain fields.
Yeah.
The layer cake system. Those also now we expect by the end of the year, because of that project, we expect those systems to be provisionally approved within Suffolk County.
Chris, what's the distinction between the nitrogen removing biofilter and this wetland system?
So the nitrogen removing biofilter, there's 3 different types. They all have the first stage of all of them. It's a drain field. So instead of the wastewater going into a deep hole, into lateral pipes that then go into sand, that achieves the nitrification. So the wastewater turns into nitrate. And then from there, the wastewater goes into either a layer underneath with wood chips that leads to denitrification and the loss of the nitrogen, or a wood chip box, which does the same thing. For the wetland system, the wastewater is distributed into a vegetative wetland that also has, that's grown into a gravel-based area. So the aeration is taking place in gravel instead of sand, and on top of that gravel, you actually have plants that are taking care of vegetative uptake of nitrogen and other contaminants, at least during the growing season.
So that's happening at the surface level?
So at the surface, you have it's planted, so you do have plants at the surface with the roots going down into where the wastewater is to access and remove some of the nutrients. But again, in addition to the active uptake by vegetation, you also get the nitrification in the gravel filter, and then denitrification and the wood chip box for the final deposition.
No.
So similarities, but also some differences.
I'm just trying to better understand, because I understand the biofilter.
Yeah, and which is all underground, right?
all underground.
So this one has emerging vegetation, and that's why it's also a good,
And the other one's in the root zone, sort of, but.
it's a little bit below, it's purposely below that, so
Right,
it's
that's
meant.
like- That's sort of my concern
Yeah,
in this.
so the-
is, you know,
yeah,
so
the
basically
nitrogen-
Human waste is being pumped at the surface level?
It's not at the surface, it's in a gravel filter, so this is isolated, it's away from people,
Are there
it's a.
smells associated with it?
No, there's not. So we have one of
Can
these.
you- I mean, you mentioned flowers, but you also mentioned vegetable gardens. I mean,
Not vegetable gardens, just vegetation. So but these things are beautiful. I will just say the one in Cold Spring Harbor at Upland Farms, they have all sorts of plants for pollinators. So lavender and other things. So it smells good, not bad actually. But the distinction being that the emerging vegetation, and again making it a good fit for obviously Bridge Gardens, right, where that's what they have there anyway. We think also a very good fit for the Quag Wildlife Refuge.
I see where my reading of it's talking about the property itself has a variety of perennials, annual flowers, and vegetable gardens on the premises.
Yes, yeah, that right.
But this is there's nothing for human.
No, that would be.
This is all like a phyto remediate. It's just really using the plants to fix the
The plants they take out the nitrogen, and then the organic matter from the roots, and as they decay, actually creates microzones for denitrification as well.
Yeah, and what I like about it, I'm really glad to hear that there's this leapfrog to be able to get this approved through the county health department. That's that's important. Just because we have two different styles here.
Yeah.
One is we have a higher density where some of these things wouldn't work because they're constrained by certain types of properties.
Yep.
Other are those open properties like you've described where these systems would work well and actually are pretty cost effective, as you said before. So this is great. This first I've heard of that we can do this. So I'm a big supporter of it.
A single wetland system, or does it go from one to another?
It's pretty much self-contained with the exception that there is a final deposition for the denitrification to the wood chips.
So it's very similar to the biofilter.
There's definitely similarities.
Except it's more of a rain garden type of.
Correct.
To it. There's a constructed wetland.
Yeah, and then the above ground plants that, like I said, take up some of the nutrients and contaminants, but then also contribute some organic matter to promote denitrification.
But there's no smells associated.
And
But there is a relationship between the square footage that's required and what we would call in typical systems the flow rate that can be managed.
Correct.
Is there something in this system that breaks up the waste? I'm trying to figure out, like some kind of grinding section?
It goes to a septic tank first, right? So the solids settle out, and from there it's the liquids that circulate through. Remember, 75–80% of the nitrogen's in the liquids, so.
Okay, all right, so there is a septic tank first.
Correct.
Any results on how it's working at Cold Spring Harbor or Sylvester Manor and Shelburne?
Yeah, they're all getting less than 19 milligrams per liter, and in many cases, depending on the system, less than 10. So, and that's our goal. Our goal is to have all the systems get 10 or less, and that's how we've identified some of these technologies. The wetlands are actually doing that. The one thing about any system, and I think it's probably system performance varies by household use, as you can probably imagine, right? And some houses are super easy to treat the wastewater because people take a lot of showers and there's maybe just one person there, maybe they're vegetarians, and so there's very, what we call weak influent. But in other cases, we are working in some homes where it looks like a truck stop because the nitrogen levels are through the roof. We just don't really know why.
Will you be working with these two institutions on the educational component?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's the whole idea is to get good signage out there so that it's they know, but both what it's about, why it's there, and that the town is and about the town program.
Chris, and I'm sure the same comments apply for both Gulfport Bridge, the Bridge Gardens, and for the Quag Wildlife Center. But and Quag Wildlife Center, there's a lot of kids around there. I mean, does it have to get fenced off, or
It probably will be put off in an area that is probably fenced. Well, yeah, probably fenced off, but possibly fenced off. I think from the public just going into it. But I think they'll be fenced off in a way that I think actually it could be. I bet
It's a learning experience.
Exactly. I bet the wildlife
public
refuge will
health
want to
side,
be able to show it to people.
I'm a little bit concerned. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe I don't need to be. About
Yeah,
the
I
health
think
effects.
I think probably having it fenced off so that you don't have some very little child running and jumping into the wetlands. But at the same time, I think it will be used by the refuge, probably even more so than Bridge Gardens, as because there's so many kids there, there's educational components. So it fits. I mean, they're excited about it because it fits in with their overall mission.
I mean, the problem, we're having so many problems with conventional sanitary systems, but the one thing that they do pretty well is get pathogens away from people.
Yes, yeah.
You know?
I mean, all the wastewater is distributed subsurface here, so there should, even though they're called wetlands, there should not, the way this is designed, there should be no wastewater above the surface. So it's
Okay,
just
so it's
root
sort of
access.
Boggy kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it should not be, should not be saturated. So
But the health department's involved with this.
100, but yeah, these will just like all the other systems. They go through the process. The engineering plans get sent to the health department. They'll comment. They'll give edits. And again, they've been approved by the health department before. So it's.
And these systems are up and running in other places.
Yep.
All right.
And this is what I like about this, is to get that approval, so where it makes sense for us to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And that's been a hard road. You know that better than I do. It's just been an uphill climb.
Yes.
But this is actually very good news.
Yeah.
That they're willing to consider it.
And like I said, we tried to choose places that would be good public access, that would make sense with what the mission of the site is, and also would be cost effective. So again, this is we're using taxpayer money more efficiently on these systems because you remove more nitrogen per pound than you do for, say, a homeowner.
But these are pilot, and we'll learn from.
Yes, as well.
Ed, what are the projections for how long this is going to last?
They should last decades. For any IA system installed, there does need to be annual maintenance, but this thing runs on a pump alone. And so, there's nothing really to break. Unlike some of these other commercial systems, that's the only thing. There's a dosing pump. So, the wood chips are going to last forever. There may need to be some maintenance of the plants over time, but everything else is very simple. It's just circulating filter with water and a single pump running it. So.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you, Dr. Gobler.
Okay, all right.
So that, you covered both of them.
We went beyond our
You
scope.
talked primarily about Bridge Gardens, right?
But Supervisor, your question, at Quag Wildlife Refuge at least, it is right off of the main trail, but there's already a split rail fence between the trail and where this is going.
Right.
And they're pretty well versed in how to
Yeah.
handle kids.
And they are great with signage there too. And
Yes.
everything that's there is explained.
Yeah.
I've heard you speak about these before. I'm excited that we got to this point so fast. I think this was something we were going to deal with 10 years from now, so I'm really happy that we have a shot at this. Who does the monitoring?
We're the Center for Clean Water Technology will do the monitoring. So we have staff that literally goes all over Long Island and is out almost every day, once a month, and collecting samples. And the other thing I'll also say is that, as a general rule, if we see any system not performing, we actually will, we don't wait a year for maintenance. We actually will we contract with engineers and installers to go and check things out if we suspect that there's some sort of mechanical issue that, wastewater's not being distributed evenly. Sometimes we have multiple sample points, and so if it's, one, say, corner of it's very, very high, that could, tip us off that there's unequal flow. But so anyway, we'll be overseeing it all throughout to make sure that it's effective.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's see. if
Thank
there's
you.
any
Good to see
public
everybody.
comment. Don't leave yet, Chris, in case there's any questions. Okay. Anyone from the public who wishes to be heard about either of these two, the Bridge Gardens or the Quag Wildlife Refuge wastewater treatment projects? Seeing none here. Charles, anybody online with the raised hand icon for these two projects? No?
Nope.
Okay, is that the end, or we got one more?
Riverside.
Two more. Couple- Oh, well, not quite there yet. All right, so, yeah, Chris, you're good. You can go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience. I'll see you next week, I think, right?
Yes, thank you.
All right, James?
Hello again, members of the town council. James Dury, environmental analyst on behalf of the Southampton town for Mecox Bay habitat restoration. Mecox Bay, nearly 1,100 acres, ranks as the largest of the back barrier ponds east of Shinnecock Bay. It is valued for its natural beauty and biodiversity and is one of the Southampton's greatest assets. Blessed with the wide variety of aquatic and terrestrial habitats, the region is recognized as significant coastal fish and wildlife habitat by both U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, New York State Department of State, and New York State DEC. Notwithstanding its significance, Mecox Bay is under a threat from a range of impacts, including, among others, water quality impairment, harmful algal blooms, historic loss of wetlands, naturally vegetated buffers, shoreline erosion, inundation of farmland, road construction, residential development, and severe storms. The effects of sediments and nutrients, fertilizers, pesticides, septic effluent, and stormwater runoff are a particular concern, as these contaminants affect surface water quality, oxygen levels, algal blooms, health of wetlands and natural habitats, biodiversity, recreational use, and sustainability of commercial American oyster and other shellfish resources. Due to the threats to the bay, the town has included Mecox Bay in its high priority water quality improvement zone. The management of the Mecox Inlet is to allow the bay to drain and restore water levels close to the mean tide levels of the ocean and to flush bay water of contaminants and pathogens, increase dissolved oxygen levels, and to increase salinity to create brackish conditions favored by shellfish, finfish, certain wetland vegetation, and wetland-dependent wildlife species. Periodic inlet opening and closure is crucial for the purposes of maintaining and enhancing water quality in Mecox Bay. Mecox Bay is not only recognized as coastal resource and national and statewide significance, but lies within the town of Southampton CPF high priority water quality improvement area, as depicted on the CPF water quality improvement project plan map for Bridgehampton. This proposal is a continuation of the last 2 years of managing inlet openings, as well as water quality monitoring from Stony Brook University to avoid low salinity levels, low dissolved oxygen levels, and have harmful algal blooms, leading to potential fish and shellfish kills. Seeking 5-year approval and funding in sync with the New York State DEC permit recently received from New York State. I'm also joined here again, Trustee President Scott Horowitz, also Trustee Ann Welker, as well as Thomas Wilson Jr. from School of Marine Atmospheric Sciences at Stony Brook University.
All right, question for James. So this is just for Mecox, right? Or this is also Sag Pond?
Sag Pond's on a different date, so this is just Mecox.
This is just Mecox, and this is the managing of the cut, right? The opening and closing of the cut? Primarily, and some water quality monitoring as well?
Correct.
Mixed in? And basically executing the Mecox Bay Management Plan, other components there too? Or built into this?
Correct, just based off of
that plan.
So, and it's, and the cut is, opening and closing the cut is tied directly into like temperature, well, salinity and oxygen and
correct, and
water
that's what
levels, which then bring in fecal coliform if it gets too high. So it's just, then the reason you open and close it are for ecological reasons.
yes, and
Assemblyman Thiel has said in the past that this is a something that qualifies for CPF water quality, because I know I've had conversations with him, and we've done this in the past. So you guys are
We've funded
looking.
this several times.
Yeah, so you're
Correct,
looking
this is
basically
good
for a 5-year funding of really the Mecox Bay Management Plan, which primarily deals with the opening and closing of the cut.
yes. Yes, it's the reason why we did 5 years. First time we did 2 years. This was 5 years because we
And it's-
wanted to link up with the New York State DEC permit
I was gonna say,
that we
we
received
now have the permit.
to do the openings and closures.
Okay.
So I just had a question maybe for the supervisor can answer. I know Councilwoman McNamara is going to, there's a reso on, there's a certain urgency, I understand, from the trustees to get this funded. So there is a reso on tonight. So I just wanted to be sure that we can vote on that, even though we're looking at a whole lot of other things to consider. So just wanted to make that point.
You know, I think the committee only recommended the 1
A
year.
certain funding, and they're aware of that, so.
Committee recommended 1 year, feeling like it's not necessarily a CPF project, but I do see this as a CPF project. And I would hate to burden the general, taxpayer for something that does fall into the, I believe, the CPF program, why it was, created, the water quality component. So, okay, any questions for James? Scott, did you want to say anything here?
I could speak on this, President Scott Horowitz. I want to acknowledge James's hard work on this. I want to acknowledge Trustee Ann Welker's hard work on MECOX as well. The trustee board worked with all the stakeholders on, coming up with the MECOX management plan. And we worked back and forth for 6 years with the Department of Environmental Conservation and all the other regulatory authorities to get a 5-year permit. And, we've all learned, the town board and the trustees, how important this region is for, the entire township. Agriculture, commercial fishing, recreational fishing, this becomes impaired. It does become a public health hazard at times, and it shouldn't be. I know everybody's working so hard in the upland to try and find solutions with all these great projects, septic systems and storm water runoff. But we're like the ambulance keeping the patient alive till you can get to the hospital where the folks can do the surgery or whatever it is that they need. And, there are other things that occur when we open MECOX and allowing fish to come in and spawn and so forth. So, this I think is, one of the greatest uses of community preservation 20. And we work also very closely on the financial aspects of this with the comptroller in coming up with encumbering the proper amount of money so that we can run this systematically, especially now that we have a permit, so that when we hit trigger points, we can be proactive in maintaining good water quality as best as we possibly can with all the components that we design with the DEC and with our management plan. So, I think that for the harmony and the balance of the ecosystem and for all of the stakeholders that live around the MECOX watershed, I heard a lot of it, relating to some of these other projects before us. I think it's important to encumber funds so that the trustee board can take care of this appropriately.
No, I think predictability is important, particularly as you guys, I guess within a year or two, you'll have the tax line. And it would fundamentally change things if suddenly that shifts from CPF to you having to collect property taxes to cover this type of cost, which could be borne by the CPF. Is there any revenue, though? I know like once a year you guys do the long cut, right? It's a bigger, wider cut. You're going to probably be dredging out some of the shoals and getting some sand, and that sand, in the past, you've sold some sand.
Sand hasn't been sold. I've been on this board for 5 terms.
No, I understand that, but I would just, if sand were sold, it really should go to the properties that would have gotten the sand, naturally. All I want to say is that I would expect the CPF program to be reimbursed from that if the CPF program is paying to dredge it in a way that ends up with a raw material that has some market value.
Yeah, I think
that it doesn't be used by the trustees for some other function.
Right. I think that, when you do the analysis, in my opinion, of what goes on here, you have a couple of components that you have to look at very carefully. Number one, what you're talking about is opening up a huge channel through the delta that forms on the interior part of the bay. Now, the dredging activity is something that is a necessary activity that has to occur because you will not get the back and forth flushing appropriately. Now, we have not been able to, because of permitting issues, pull any sand out of that delta and put it back out on the beach where it really belongs, bolstering dunes and protecting and making our beaches better. We've only been able to side cast that, which has made the problem worse. To that point, we have not been successful in getting the appropriate flushing to get the salinity back and the dissolved oxygens back to where we really would like to have healthy levels, because the cut does not stay open long enough for there to actually be a flushing of back and forth. There's primarily a draining. So there are plans to get sand back out on the beach, and I don't think it's a good idea to make it a business-type venture where you're talking about environmental issues and things that have to be handled on a proactive basis. Now, that being said, when you are a trust and you have a fiduciary responsibility to that trust as a trustee, if there is a value to the material that's owned by the trustees, we could talk about what is the fiduciary responsibility of the trustee to make sure that the trust is being treated fairly relative to the value of sand, to your point, and we can talk about that. I know that the plan is silent to it because we don't want to be in the sand sale business, because that's where problems arise. We want to be in the environmental business of taking care of
But there is a
the...
potential that the CPF funds would be used to remove the sand in that delta, right, as part, because you do have the permit once a year.
We have to do that once a year. That action
And if you're
has
just
to take place.
placing it on the beach to the west of the cut, it will move down the beach naturally. But if you are making it available to property owners who have suffered from erosion, all I'm saying is that if there's a financial revenue source in the future, in these 5 years, tied to that, and that sand, I mean, obviously there's a cost to moving it to certain properties, but to stockpile that sand was paid for by the CPF. I think the CPF should be.
Well, yeah, and to your point, in this year where
The
we're...
trustee shouldn't profit from that.
Yeah, I don't see where the trustees would ever be profiting, because the trustees at the end of the day are, the freeholders. We're representing the freeholders. And to that point, in this year, there's a plan to get those homeowners the sand that they need that's worked out, from a legal situation. So that's already in play.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah, and that's being...
There was a time in the trustee history where there was significant amount of sand sold, and it left the system in some cases, and
Right.
I'm trying to make a point here, and I would just hope that if there is any financial benefit to the trustees from a CPF project, that the money is returned.
Right. To expand on that point, I think that from those days to the days that we're at right now, where we have the ability to access the community preservation fund to be able to do this, it kind of gets us out of the sand sales business. It actually is there are huge benefits to the public at large, to the environment, in the fact that you have substantial encumbrances on the allowability of what the CPF can be used for. So when you have a project like this that the town board allows to be funded, especially on a proactive basis, where our analyst James Duryea, and as I had consulted with our comptroller, M. R. Casey at the time, where we can encumber that money and be proactive and run it from a stable basis, that frees us up to use other funds where we can partner up with the town and rebuild piers and docks and bulkheads that the public can use with funds that the trustees use considered enterprise revenue. So everybody wins at the end of the day. So to your point, we're not looking to be in the sand sale business. We're not looking to profit in any way. We're looking to discharge our fiduciary responsibilities to the trust, work with everybody proactively, maintain a healthy ecosystem, and that's why I came as the president of the board here today to support many of these other projects, because that's really what we need to do if we're going to solve our issues here from a financial or an environmental perspective. I think everybody's got to be rowing in the same direction, and that's what I'm here to do with you tonight. So.
All right, thank you, Scott.
Scott, could you, I don't think we got an answer there. if you sell sand, can it come back to the CPA?
Well, in this case, it's.
At
a-
least in principle.
In principle, I don't have a problem. I could tell you this, the trustees are not going to profit, but understand, in this case, and it's kind of executive in nature, so that's why I'm being cautious of what I'm telling you, is that there are other issues that are prevailing for this year where the sand will be going to the homeowners, as Supervisor Schneiderman is indicating, that's being worked out by council at this point in time, so that we achieve the goals that we need to achieve for the town of Southampton, the town trustee board, and for the beaches at large. Okay?
Thank you.
I think Jay knows what I'm talking about.
I do.
Yeah. So, and we can talk about that, but I don't want to go beyond where I should, because.
You know, I mean, there's a general point here. Like, let's say the project was a different, the Lake Agawam is going to be dredged. That's something that the Conservancy has talked about. And then all this material is stockpiled. Typically, it costs a fortune to get rid of that material. But let's say that material was clean fill and could be sold. I would expect that any sales of that material would come back to help make the cost of the CPF contribution smaller. It's just a general principle here, that we don't want anybody profiting,
no
from
matter-
the project. And
I understand exactly what you're saying, and at the end of the day, the only people that are going to profit, in my opinion, on either side of this equation is the public at large and the environment, regardless of whatever it is that we do. The trustees are here to work with everybody to do what's in the best interest, whether it's whatever project it is. That's what we're here to do. So whatever is fair, whatever is true to the trust, whatever is fair to the taxpayers of the town, and whatever is within the guidelines of the law that the state legislature passed is what we're going to abide by. We're not looking to profit, we're looking to proactively manage, and at the end of the day, we've stepped up to the table to take on a lot of projects. We want to be able to run the trustees' operations so that we can continue to defend public access. The trustees are always involved in suits, and we have taken on a number of projects where there were snow fence and there were crime scene tape keep out, where we would like to see people be able to go there and snap or fish crab or just enjoy the waterfront. So whatever it is that, you know, I as the president of the trustees have to do to work with my fellow board members, you as the town board, and the villages on these other projects to achieve that is what I'm looking to do. Profiting is all going to be done by the public regardless of what we do.
all right, thank you.
Does this ask represent the 6 years of work on the MECOX management plan?
Does
This ask, this
This
CPF
ask
water quality
represents,
grant?
what we did was.
You mentioned 6 years of.
It took us 6 years to get the 5-year permit.
Right.
Okay? That's how long, we worked off of what they called emergency authorizations for that period of time, which is being reactive rather than proactive. Each time we opened MECOX, we had to establish emergency conditions in order for us to be able to get the authorization. It's kind of like demonstrating that there's a gigantic wreck on the interstate, and now we need to go get the plows out. So what we want to do is keep those roads open before that wreck occurs, okay? And that's why we have this permit now. So what we did was we took a look at the prior 2 years to kind of see how the openings went and what the costs were going to be, and realized that when we originally budgeted, the numbers were off based on the bids and the county contract and based on the number of openings. So what we did was we took that information, working with our comptroller at the time, and said we need to make adjustments on this, and we need to encumber that money so that when we hit those triggers that are in that permit, we can follow that permit to a T. We still have the caveat of the birds. We're still going to have to deal with the bird season, and we're still going to have to get special authorizations. As you know, we went down there and hand dug MECOX, or tried. So to your point, we worked with the comptroller, we looked at the expenses, we tried to match up to the permit as best as we could so that the money gets encumbered, so that we just run it. We don't get 1,000 phone calls in that people can't flush their toilets, or, you know, the apple farm is having all types of problems where the salinity level's so low that the shellfish are in a threat of perishing. So we're trying to be proactive and get ahead of it, not looking to profit, just looking to have good proactive management of MECOX is what we're looking to
Okay,
do here.
I was asking about the management plan, but thank you.
Yeah, I think they kind of,
All right.
This money does not go towards what we've done in the past with the
No, it's-
plan and the.
Thank you.
we do have to clean up some past, bills that we have with the county contractor. So, have to.
So if we fund this, though, we don't have to go and hand dig this.
Hand digging, I mean, listen, thank you to all that came to try and
I didn't
hand
get a
dig
call, by
MECOX.
the way.
Huh?
I didn't get a call.
We could have used you.
I'm hurt.
We could have
I
used you.
think we proved to the Army Corps that it just can't be
It's-
done.
we-
Unless
we
they want
tried.
to send people from the Army to actually do the digging.
Yeah, I was.
My back still hurts. So.
Yeah, we should have declared a medical emergency.
All right, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Do you have any questions for Thomas Wilson? He does the water monitoring for Mecox Bay. He
I have
installed all
I have
the.
no questions.
He is here, so if you want to hear from him.
Anybody have any questions?
No.
One quick question. We haven't had a real opening. We had a sort of outflow,
Yes.
but not really any kind of
Long dredge.
flushing. So are we in trouble with salinity?
Well, I actually have a little presentation if you guys can, if your brains aren't like ready to explode.
We sort of are. We do want to
Love
get, we
this.
have people from the public who are wishing to
Yeah.
speak, so I'd almost rather put it off to another date because it's not, it's related, but not,
Yeah.
it can be separated from this public hearing.
Right.
So-
The quick answer to your question is that salinity is pretty low. In the bay, we've been measuring for a couple of years.
What's the number?
Well, the number right now, in the winter, we can get above 20. Right now, we're at 6. In the summer, we tend to go, the 2 summers we've been measuring exhaustively is typically less than 10. So we're down as of this morning, or actually as of about 2 hours ago, it's, about 6.
And
6.29 at Flying Point Road.
How
and
dangerous is that for the marine life?
it's not good for marine organisms. There's a lot of stress on marine organisms. So, one of the things that happy to have been part of the, made some contribution, this monitoring system, I think maybe helped get the DEC permit that allows opening.
Well, when's the long cut gonna happen? The big
Well,
one?
After the season,
Yeah, and
In like September or?
maybe a little later in September, we'll let the season
Yeah.
go by, get the birds out of here. We're gonna go out for RFP or use the county contract and get it done because we have other
So we're
encumbrances.
gonna make it to October?
hopefully we will. I mean, one of the things we're learning.
I mean, that's sort of a vague answer because.
Well, one of the things we're
I
learning.
mean, I do
Yeah.
not want to, obviously, there's a lot of marine life. There's oysters,
Right.
there's razor clams, there's blue claw crabs. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in there that nobody wants to see float up to the surface here.
Yes,
Well, I'm not
well,
sure the clams actually.
Fortunately, I was actually out there today doing some work, and I saw a very nice big blue claw crab having a discussion with a seagull over dinner. I think the seagull won the argument, but there are, right now they're hanging in there.
Okay, so you just need to let us know, because if we have to take any kind of emergency action to open the cut before you have the authority to do it, right? You just want to wait till all the birds are out, the lease turns all right. So you're monitoring the situation and you're going to make a decision based upon the salinity, the oxygen levels, and other
Right.
factors, and if it can't wait till October, then you'll pull the trigger sooner. Okay, thank you.
Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Well, just that, we're really, we're very, at Stony Brook University, we're very proud of our relationship with the trustees. It's worked very well for 2 or 3 years. The data is publicly available. It's being used by our scientists, by graduate students, and the general public to look at water quality in Mecox, and gives us real-time, it gives us a real-time look at the quality, the water quality in the bay, and I think it gives us gives the trustees really actionable information on how to better manage the bay.
Okay, thank you. And quickly, and then we'll move on to the next part.
2 minutes, maybe. First of all, thank you to all of you. It's so inspiring to see this exciting list of projects that we will be funding. It will be so beneficial to our waterways. So thank you to all of you who've worked so hard on this. Just to specifically address Mecox, as stated previously, Mecox Bay is 1,100 acres, but the watershed for Mecox Bay is 3 to 4 to 5 times. I looked today and I was trying to find the exact number of acres. The watershed goes all the way into Southampton Village. It goes all the way up to the top of the moraine at Middle Line Highway. It goes all the way east into Bridgehampton. The projects that you're looking at with Armin and Judy, that affects Kellis Pond. Kellis Pond flows into Mecox Bay. The project that you're looking at with Calissa, that affects Mecox Bay. The watershed is tremendous, and with climate change, we see more frequent, more intense storms. The runoff that's coming down into the bay is problematic. Anything that can be done to increase the tidal flow here is helpful. Strictly looking at the water quality benefits for the bay by cut openings is we're using science-based data to make those decisions. Thank you to Stony Brook. And I just want to address we're not only helping water quality, but we're also I'm sorry, Jay, if I'm going on too long, but I just saw you flinch from sitting for so long. Let me just make one really quick point. Totally. Let me just make one really quick point. So, we're helping water quality when we open the cut, and we make periodic short openings. So those openings will be done, one of those openings will be done in the fall prior to the longer dredge. The longer dredge is what takes the sand that's formed in the flood delta and takes it back out, puts it in the littoral system along the beach to allow our beaches to be replenished. So those are important. Perhaps the sand flow isn't as important to the water quality aspect of things, but it's extremely important to the stabilization of our shoreline. So thank you to each of you for your consideration of this project, but especially looking at it in the long term, looking at 5-year funding. Thank you.
Trustee Walker.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else from the public who wishes to be heard on the request by the trustees for 5 years of funding for Mecox Bay Management? All right, Charles, anyone online?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to the last
Thanks.
project. Thank you. And the last one is what, Riverside Sewer? All right, Janice Shearer, our Land Planning and Development Administrator. Well, thank you for coming, Janice.
Thank you.
You've had a long day.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. Thanks for having me. As you are aware, the town of Southampton is constructing the sanitary infrastructure in Riverside. And part of this request tonight is to provide the match. We've applied for $10 million from the State Water Quality Improvement Fund, and they require a match of $2.5 million. So that is what we are requesting to be put into this capital project fund, so we would have that match readily available if we are successful in getting that grant. Just to remind you that the sewer system is, phase 1 is 400,000 gallons. And right now, conventional systems are actually putting in about over 14,000 pounds of nitrogen per year. This STP, the sewage treatment system, with the redevelopment, would reduce that amount by 35%. So if you have any questions, I'm here. I know you're very familiar with the project.
Committee
I don't want to belabor
recommended
it.
supporting this in full.
Yes.
I think it's
Currently,
really,
the effluent flows in, excuse me, Jay.
no, I think it's a really important project. We've been trying, Janice we've all been working really hard on getting all the pieces together, assembling the land.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, and right now we're trying to get to the map and plan part with the district formation, and part of the catch-22 that we're in always is the scheduled amount of costs, and you have to account for how much grant money you're getting. So we're trying to line up all the money so that we can say, okay, it's only gonna
You know,
cost this much.
at the end of the day, you know, in the community of Flanders Riverside, embrace the downtown vision, but that vision can't unfold without sewage treatment, and if we don't bring considerable amount of grant money into that sewage treatment, it becomes cost prohibitive, and the whole thing sort of falls apart, and nothing happens. So-
Exactly. So this morning I was on the Suffolk County Water Quality. We've also applied for $250,000 there. I was there representing the town on that grant committee's review session. And we have the $10 million. We're trying to go for federal infrastructure funds. Suffolk County, we're working together to try to get as many dollars as we can, because, you know, we want to bring the cost down in an area like this that needs that's in the most precarious situation where we need the most help.
I was in West Hampton Village over the weekend, you know, where we were very helpful in terms of helping that village connect to sewage treatment. And I mean, the vibrancy in that village and the way the downtown, you know, has redeveloped is just wonderful to see. You know, it's anybody who has questions about, you know, how sewage treatment actually can help an area, that's a good spot to go and see.
Definitely. So there's a lot of, you know, interest and excitement, and people coming in saying, okay, I want to aggregate just what we wanted when we, you know, did the revitalization plan. Now there's a lot of, you know, people who want to develop, but everything hinges on getting that STP. So that's what we are laser focused on it now.
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
happy to hear that you're pursuing grants in a lot of different areas. There's certainly monies available. Currently, this effluent, the nitrogen loading, goes into the Peconic River, correct?
Yes,
And-
it goes
and
into the Peconic Estuary, which is a 303D impaired water body.
Absolutely.
Our
We're looking
federal
at our
estuary.
third straight year of a near total collapse in the scallop population. So, not saying that nitrogen is the key factor, but
So
it may
the-
very well be the key factor.
So this will, this piece of the
Yeah.
funding will tie into existing growth, not into future growth?
Correct. Well, when you consider the fact that there's over 682 sewer connections that will be made from this STP, I mean, we're talking, if you were to multiply by $25,000 for everybody doing an IA system, you're at $15 million. This ask is at $2.5 million, and that's just as the match to the $10 million. But we are currently working out only asking for existing growth. And the other side of this program, we would ask to fund a similar thing like we did in East Quogue, where people would be able to get the connections made. And that would be the other piece of the puzzle here. So and that would be existing homes.
Okay.
As you said, there are a lot of moving parts here, but if you stuck with it, I really appreciate what you've done, Janet.
Sure, we'll
Any other
keep going.
questions for
We won't
Janet?
stop till it's there.
Thank you.
Great.
Janice, just, if you could just stick around. for-
Sure, I'll be here. Thank you very much.
All right, is there any, one from the public who wants to be heard at this public hearing regarding the Riverside Sewer Project? Charles, anybody online? Okay. All right, so, and that's the last one, right? And is there any reason to hold this over? Can we close it? No, I don't think so. I'd like to close it if we can, so I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 4.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Lisa, once again, I don't know if are you sticking around for the rest of the meeting, or you're going? You're going. Can I just publicly thank you one last time? It's been a real pleasure working with you, and we have together with the board preserved hundreds of acres, not thousands of acres, since you've been here, though, and just countless amounts of properties, countless signings of contracts, countless negotiations. This farmland that will remain farmland. There's woodlands that will remain woodlands. We've created great active parks, access to our beaches and waterways, historic buildings that have been preserved and restored. It's a legacy, and I'm really glad that you've been part of that journey since, for the time that you've been here, and that will be a lasting legacy. So we appreciate the time you put in, and we wish you the absolute very, very best. I know we're going to see you Thursday at our work session,
We won't be hangry.
but that'll be an executive session, so I just wanted to take a moment to publicly thank you for your service. Thank you.
I just want to thank you for taking my phone calls. You always answer my phone calls, and, everything the supervisor said, I want to echo. I just have enjoyed working with you so much. I remember when we first met and sat in my office. Great things ahead for you, but you'll be missed, and particularly I miss your counsel on a lot of things, so thank you.
All right, so we are going to go to public portion. You guys have been very patient. I know we have two speakers here. And each will be given 3 minutes to make their comments known, and then we'll go online. We might have some additional speakers online. So why don't we'll start with Peter Fetter, proliferation of amplified music. He's with the Bridgehampton Civic Association.
Thank you, Jay. I've been here so long, my notes are on my phone, and my phone, the battery died, so I'll have to do it from memory. I'm Peter Fader. I'm the treasurer of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, and I'm here to talk about the proliferation of amplified music, not just in Bridgehampton, but throughout the town of Southampton. It really is eroding our quality of life. Several weeks ago, there was a party in our neighborhood. We had ample warning because the guy shows up and gives us a bottle of wine and says, I'm having a 40th birthday party with my wife. It's going to have a tent and loud music, and I just want you to be aware of it. So we said, okay, you only turned 40 once, why not? So we went out for dinner, came back, and our whole house was shaking. But we gave him till 12 because, hey, it's his birthday. My wife started calling the police at 1 o'clock. And they said, oh, the one on Lumber Lane. Yeah, we've been there a few times already. I said, well, why can't you shut it down? He said, you don't understand. We don't have the power to shut it down. We don't have a decibel meter. Only code enforcement has the decibel meters, and for some reason, they weren't working on Saturday, which I find hard to believe. So it just seems, and we've had this on more than one occasion. The cops show up 2 or 3 times. They cannot tell them to turn it down. They can't tell them to shut it off. They can't tell. They have no tools to do that. I don't know why. I bought this for $30 on Amazon. $30, and meets all the international noise criteria that you need. I was talking to the town attorney here. He said, "Oh yeah, I bought 2 of them for the police department." 2? How many cruisers do you have? Every single squad car should have one of these, and they should be able to go to a party and say, it's too loud and it's after midnight and you should turn it off. Personally, I'd like to see no amplified music at all, but I'll settle for 10 o'clock. It's getting out of hand, and the fines that you give out, $1,000. The neighborhood where I live now is proliferated with 7,000 or 8,000 square foot homes. These guys don't care about a $1,000 fine. You could make it $10,000. They don't care. They want to do what they want to do. So the laws that we have on the books to enforce these types of problems are not keeping up with the people who are proliferating these types of activities. So I don't know what can be done. I just spent several frustrating minutes talking with the town attorney. Oh yeah, we fined one guy $12,000. Well, $12,000 is nothing to him. He doesn't care. The laws on the books have to have more teeth than they have right now. I don't know how you do that, but it's eroding our quality of life. Before the guys on Sabonic Road, that traffic is eroding their quality of life. All of these are quality of life issues that don't seem to be given the priority that we, the citizens, feel they should be. And there's a two-tier justice system as a result. I'm not going to have a really loud party because I don't want to part with a $1,000 fine. The guy down the street with $20 billion, he doesn't care. So he can get away with it, and I wouldn't even think about it. So it's something for you guys to think about. I just think that, some changes have to be made. Police officers should be given the tools necessary to enforce these laws. And I don't mean a fine, I mean turn it off. What is so hard about telling somebody at midnight whose DJ's been cranking techno music since 4 o'clock in the afternoon to turn it off?
Yeah.
There's no excuse for it not to happen. That's all I have to say.
I
I'm
appreciate that.
I'm flabbergasted.
There's certain limitations that the
Yeah, I
town
understand all
has.
that,
You know, we
Jay.
can't just, I know, I get it, like, somebody parks in a no parking zone and they don't care what the cost of the ticket is, that's frustrating, but
Right.
I can't just decide to make it a $10,000 ticket, because the state's gonna say that's, not in line, but maybe, in the case of amplified music, if they're not turning it off, we can confiscate equipment and things like that, but I'm gonna let Sean quickly respond, who works with code enforcement. We'll keep it brief, because we do have other people waiting to
Right.
speak, but.
We did just have a conversation out in the hallway. I am the assistant town attorney, not the town attorney, but I do the prosecution for code enforcement, as you all know. We have Fourth Amendment issues. We can't go take people's property. We can charge up to $1,000 per instance. The best thing we can do is have multiple people contact the police department and code enforcement. The police department, the 2 desk sergeants, each have a noise meter assigned to them. Code enforcement has 8 of these units. We have them calibrated annually. We had all of the officers trained on how to use these adequately. So we are doing everything we can do.
Are they there at 2 o'clock in the morning, though?
We have code working overnights for summer. Police are on 24/7, so there always is somebody on. We do have them scheduled. We also,
Just so I can't have the back and forth from the audience, so let Mr. Cambridge speak, so.
so we do prosecute these people that come into justice court with these tickets. The fire marshal also responded in this one instance that I'm aware of. We have a pending prosecution for no tent permit and several other charges. So we are indeed prosecuting. We can't go in real time all the time and just go take somebody's property or turn off their music. Unfortunately, in some senses, we're limited to after the fact, but that is to protect your constitutional rights.
The police can't unplug it or turn it off?
They can't go and enter somebody's property or
a search
remove
warrant.
their property. Right, so we could go and wake up a judge at 4 in the morning and ask him for a warrant to go turn off somebody's speakers, but they're not going to be too happy with us.
All right, but if we can continue to brainstorm on ideas, I mean,
also-
sometimes it's talking to those, frequent violators, but Cindy?
I just want to make a point that, to be fair, where police are on, police have, sector cars.
They do.
They're in areas, code enforcement, there might be one code enforcement officer, and he might be in Quogue.
Right, they have lots of obligations on any given night. They are, lesser staffed than daytime shifts. Generally, we do have a no outdoor speaker code that's on the books. You can call anytime if there's outdoor amplified music. You can call, if it's lunchtime, great. Police will go over, code will go over. They work very hard. They take these things seriously. We prosecute many, many of these offenses. We are the busiest justice court in New York State, and we find them adequately and promptly. So we do have limitations. People do have constitutional rights that are second to nothing. So we're doing what we can. Neighborhoods are our best tool. Call the police department, put in SOS complaints. People that consistently violate, we will charge them as many times as necessary until we get compliance with the town code.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Very briefly.
30 seconds.
I've used the SOS system on countless occasions because of a certain building project that's going on next to me. Tommy John knows about it. And every time I put something in, it comes back unfounded, unfounded, unfounded. And that is the primary complaint or response that everyone I know that uses the SOS system gets. They get not found it, not found it, not found it. So it's a way for them to, I don't know what it's for, other than so that people can track who's complaining. But as far as the SOS system and actually being effective in curtailing these types of activities, not happening. It's not happening at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and Janice, I've asked you to stay because there is a resolution on related, I've walked on a resolution. There's a couple I've walked on, but one in particular having to do with the Nelson Pope Voorhees contract relating to the Downtown Overlay District to amend it. To take them off of the public engagement portion, as you know. So I just wanted to make, there may be some questions about that, and maybe something that Mr. D'Angelo wants to speak to. So Ray, I want to bring you up, and then we'll go on to the computer and see if anybody is there as well.
Very good intel. I was supposed to bring a letter. I was on a conference call and I didn't. I'll send an email to you.
Okay, but why don't you give them all to me? If you're
I'll give
giving
one to each one so they
No,
can-
because I put copy on them, so we know which
Process.
one is the original.
Clerk.
But thank you. You can just get to the podium.
Thank you for your patience, Ray.
I wanted them to have it so they could follow along. Okay, well, if you don't have this, I have, this is, we foiled this. It's a contract with Nelson Pope for us. And we take exception where it's on, I numbered the pages. You'll see on the bottom, it's in red, page number 5. And there's a bracketed paragraph. And if you want to, if you want me to read it, but it's very troubling in the last two sentences. As we go through the process of meeting with the community and various stakeholders, which I'm one of actually, we will be able to further clarify any of the oppositions, and I'm in opposition to this, not total opposition, hot button issues. We will seek to neutralize this by having them appear to be as traditional NIMBYs who consistently present misinformation to promote their own limited agenda and present a positive message to community leaders. Now, this is, the language and meaning of these sentences is in a public contract is completely unacceptable. I feel it was irresponsible and an abuse of power for the town to sign a contract like this. With the language, it sounds like a contract with the Bonanno crime family. I mean, you're going to be neutralized. And all we do is want to use our civil rights for freedom of speech, and this contract is specifically crafted to deny us that right. The scope of the contract seems to I'm getting myself, I've waited so long, I've lost my track. The scope of the contract seems to be to use dirty tricks to neutralize any legitimate opposition. The contract should be canceled immediately by the town. This language could be construed as a conspiratory effort to deny certain residents their First Amendment rights. This would be a violation of federal statute. And one more final point is that the contract is for $209,000. I did some research on this. The first contract, which has a greater scope, was only for $150,000. So it appears that it's a lot more expensive to neutralize people. It was voted, Rick Martell was the only one that didn't vote for it. He abstained it. The rest of you voted for it, and Mr. Steinerman signed it. And I think this contract should be immediately canceled. It's a direct affront to me and to all a lot of people that I'm involved with. And like I said again, at its worst, it could be construed as a conspiratory effort on the town's part with Nelson Pope and Varus to deny us our civil rights. Sorry. I don't know why you people, you voted for it. Do you read these things when you vote for them? Really? I mean, it's outrageous language in there. And I think that they're supposed to present Monday night at this pep rally run by the Civic Association. I think they should not be allowed. I think the contract should be canceled. They shouldn't be there, and the town planning department should not participate in that until we get further information about this, the extent of what was going on and what dirty tricks are going to be used against us. I participate. I'm a member. I'm going over. I'm a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee. I couldn't get on the committee. I'm not going to mention your appointed chairman, but I could not get on that committee's Zoom meeting for 45 minutes. When I got on, I was really upset about it, and my mic was cut off. Is this part of the action? I mean, I'm entitled to have freedom of speech. I'm entitled to express my opinion, and this contract is using taxpayers' monies to take those rights away from me. So we've consulted attorneys and everything, and it's very much you might be guilty of a conspiratorial effort to deny us of our civil rights. So I don't expect you to make any comment about this, but it's got to be corrected. This contract has to be canceled immediately. I can't believe that this woman put that language in that contract and that you guys signed it. That's what I got to say. I don't know if you guys want to make a comment.
No, I plan to, yeah. I just want to make sure I'm not interrupting you.
Go ahead.
So,
I mean, just fundamentally, I mean, I'm not even, we're allowed to disagree with you.
100%.
And I'm not a NIMBY. I just think the project for the downtown overlay district is too large, too big, it's too much, but it should be scaled back. But this is dirty tricks, and I'm not going to stand for it.
Okay.
And the people I associate with, we're not going to stand for it either. So we want something from you. Take action on this. Cancel this contract immediately. Thank you.
So, I'd like to respond, because the town board, you guys did authorize me to sign this contract, but not this language, but the contract to engage the services of Nelson Pope and Voorhees. I am completely outraged that this language is contained in it, and I missed it. I admit, when I signed the contract, and this was an attachment to it, and I looked at the various, headers and to make sure that they were performing various tasks, I missed this, and I feel terrible about it. And when I became aware of it, I almost don't know what to say, because I've worked so hard to build public confidence. All we want to do, Ray, is work with the community of Hampton Bays and help them realize the future that they seem to want. And the last thing I'd want to do is undermine public confidence in the process. So I did speak with somebody at Nelson Pope and Voorhees. I expressed my outrage. I have a resolution on tonight that removes them, and they were getting $25,000 for this task of public engagement, to remove that portion and not use them for public engagement. I want every voice to be heard. Your voice, I've never tried to cut you off. I think that you, in your heart, only want what's best for Hampton Bays. We may differ on opinions sometimes, but I think your intentions are good. And it's only going to work if people feel that they were part of that vision. So, it's not easy sometimes getting everybody on the same page, and you're not always going to get everybody to agree. But I think it's important for the town to really hear every voice, consider every voice fully, and have the future of Hampton Bays be a reflection of what the people want for Hampton Bays. And this is a public apology, Ray. I am sorry this language was there. I think it's outrageous. I wish it wasn't there. It was. I wish I saw it. I wish one of the town attorneys saw it. I wish the planning department saw it. When things come to me, they come reviewed, but the buck stops here. Okay, I take responsibility for it, and that's why I'm fixing it. And we're going to work even harder to make sure the public, is included, and whatever happens with downtown Hampton Bays, whether you keep the zoning you have, or whether you modify the zoning to be more in line with some of the community's vision, you know, I hope that we're able to get past this somehow. But
Well-
I publicly apologize, Ray. I mean, this is pertaining to people who may object. Hopefully, whatever this new version is, maybe there won't be objections. Who knows?
Well, you know, actions speak louder than words. I wrote, I had a piece in the paper, I think I was even here, I mentioned to you about the Civic Association, which is totally for it and I feel is an adjunct, an appendage of the town. And I said, you know, we're not having an informed opposition on this pep rally. And I think we should, because there's so many people that are having to speak. It's 2 hours. We're never going to be allowed to ask questions. So I think the whole thing should be canceled. I said that the town should run a meeting about this, and I think it would be fair, give everybody a chance to express themselves and what they feel, rather than the Civic Association. And we have problems, and well, we're going to try to do something with the Civic Association, but this is the problem from the beginning. We all feel this thing is being shoved down our throats. There's people that have legitimate concerns about it. We're not trying to, you know, we're not NIMBYs. I mean, you know, I think that we'd like to see the town improve, the village improve, or the hamlet improved. Again, like the sewage treatment plant. I'm not against the sewage treatment plant. I think there's better locations for it right in our hamlet, and I'd like to see it expanded. So there's, you know, legitimate opposition. And it seems like from the get-go, the whole thing is just to shove us down and don't give us a chance to speak, and we're a problem. And this contract, the tone of it really, I think, exposed that the whole trend is to shut us up, deprive us of our civil rights, our First Amendment rights, and use our tax money to do it. It's an outrage. It really is. I think, again, I know you want to amend the contract. I think the contract should be canceled, and you should renegotiate a new contract with another firm.
So
Thank you.
When you referred to what'd you call it, a pep rally? That's the meeting of the Civic Association about the downtown overlay district?
Yes, that's the
Thank you.
29th.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, it's at the high school. I asked that if we could have.
No, I understand.
That we
And
could have a
I remember
chance to
your
speak.
presentation here
Yeah.
earlier. I'm not,
Yeah,
I
so,
just
I
was a
mean-
little confused, so.
And then they keep saying there's going to be a vote after it. How could we possibly be a vote after it, and they're going to use that to support this? You know, when you only have one side, I mean, the Communist Chinese Party would be very grateful, would be blushing to see how this whole thing is going down. No opposition.
That's insulting.
Janice, can I bring you forward?
If I could just say something to Ray real quick. Ray, you've known me for a long time. I'm going to tell you right now, there was never a discussion here. There was never an intention ever to lock you out of a conversation. If anything, we want to get it to a public forum where you can hear your views and everybody else's views, make an educated decision on those at that point.
Language is extremely troubling because it says neutralize. You guys are the authorities. You do the assessment on my house, you have the codes. I don't know, should I be worried I'm gonna have code enforcement at my house, or are you gonna have my assessment go up?
Again, Ray,
You
I-
can't sign a contract with that type of language.
I agree, and I find that language abhorrent. I can't believe that this contractor put that language in, and I'm a little disappointed in myself for missing it. But this is, if I had seen it, I never would have signed it. And of course, you know, my signature appears on the general scope of services, but this was an attachment, and I did scan it, but I missed it, and I'm sorry for that, and I'm fixing it tonight. It is, the language is completely unacceptable, and frankly, you should be outraged. You should be outraged. So, and you've raised great points. I don't always agree with you, but I don't want anyone to ever feel marginalized. I don't want to cast aspersions about anyone. This is one community, and at some point, we all come together. So, again,
I just want to say one thing. How are we ever going to come together on this project when we have something like this over?
That's why it's so frustrating,
That's why
because
I
after
think-
all the work we've been doing, I feel this is a setback.
again, I
And now
urge
we
you-
have to work even harder to make sure the
Well, I
public
urge you
feels
to have-
not only that they're listened to, but they're heard and considered. It's,
Go to the microphone.
Okay.
Ray, did you hear what I say?
Yeah, but I urge you to have, like you had it at the Senior Center in Hampton Bays. You guys run the meeting. I think it'd be fairer.
Well, I can't tell the Civic not to run a meeting. I mean, the
Oh, no,
Civic
I
is
mean,
an
but I mean, you
independent
cannot take what's
organization.
gonna happen Monday night as an indication what's going on in the community. After this whole report came out and the suppression effort they're gonna undertake
Well,
against
there's,
us.
look, the firm does have some good credentials in terms of the environmental secret review. We've used them in the past, we've used them for a lot of different projects, and it was competitively bid, and they were selected. But after seeing that language, I felt
Well, that page usually goes into it, where it seems like the
that
whole thing is.
I feel like we cannot use them to do the public engagement piece. And the public engagement
I urge you
piece,
to cancel the whole contract.
I understand that. I understand that. Janice,
All right. I appreciate your comments.
and
I do.
you know, again, it's not just about us listening, it's actually hearing what you have to say and considering it fully. And we've got to build public confidence that we don't have a preconceived vision here, that we're not trying to railroad something through, we're trying to create something that reflects what the community wants for downtown Hampton Bays. And I've listened to this for years, where people say, you know, why does downtown look the way it does? Why aren't people investing? Why does, all these other communities have such vibrant downtowns and Hampton Bays doesn't? And we've analyzed the zoning, and the current zoning, I don't believe leads the community to where you want to go. So we have to fix the zoning. How we fix the zoning is really up to you guys. And if we didn't get it right the first time, we can do it differently this time. And that's, the process is supposed to be open. But Janice, I'll hand it to you.
Well, I just
How
want
did
to
this
echo
happen?
your sentiments, Mr. Supervisor. We were so hyper-focused on the secret components of when we were looking at the contract, getting it right with the traffic studies, and I have to admit, we missed that. I did not, until today, until it was pointed out to me, I couldn't even believe I was reading those words. And so it is, again, my responsibility to also review the contract and make sure it's clear and accurate. I made a lot of different corrections related to very specific things in the secret reviews, but the PR part, I can't apologize enough that we would I've been in government for my entire life, my entire career. There has never been a time when we have not engaged the public, or, no such thing ever is ever anyone's intention. No one in this board, no one ever. So, and especially not me, and I just want to apologize also, because that was just unfortunate language put in by sort of a subcontractor, and Carrie O'Farrell's actually on Zoom as well to also apologize. But I think that it's important to know that we are not looking to lock anyone out. Shoving something down is a little bit of a misnomer. We've been doing this for 20 years now. It'll be 20 years. And since 2016, the Downtown Overlay District. But we've been engaging with Hampton Bays. The problem, is that the players change. And so what we start down one path and people telling us what we want, and then at some point, there's people have come and gone. I remember Eve Houlihan was a major person in our community, in this community, that was very vocal about density issues and concerns, and Eve has passed away. Jerry Buckley, other people that we've taken that input from and tried to develop plans over time. The folks on the Civic, the CAC, have all given us important input, and we're interested in echoing back what we're hearing so that everybody is having, what you say, a vibrant and walkable downtown. That is entirely and ultimately the point. We're not looking to, there's no conspiracy here, there's no nothing. Just like I was mentioning with Riverside earlier, when we do revitalization plans, it causes interest and excitement and people to buy property and want to do something. Something's happening. And we want that to happen when in a revitalization realm. The notion that we're trying to push forward something is incorrect and inaccurate. What we're trying to do is come to the right density, understand the infrastructure needed to support that density, and all the impacts are mitigated. That's our only intent. And I just want to be clear on that.
This notion that somebody who in the future might oppose something would be cast in a negative light, would using public funds is just completely outrageous.
It's outrageous.
And
And
inexcusable, and I know that
Absolutely not.
you missed it. I feel terrible that I missed it.
I really do.
And the
My
town
office as
attorney's
well.
office missed it as well.
We were all so focused
It
on the
is,
sort
it
of
is
secret
regrettable, and we're gonna have to work even harder now to restore public confidence. But, I certainly would never want to discourage public input. My whole career has been based on being accessible and being open-minded and trying to serve the community. This is public service, what we do.
That last sentence is so absurd as to be, none of us would ever.
None of us would ever
It's just-
condone
that's
or
why it's-
imply that that was
That's
something.
why it's clear that you just missed it. My office missed it, Janice missed it.
We all are operating under the confines of the law. We know what we are supposed to be doing.
Of course.
We're all here to do that job, and we consider it a privilege to be a public servant, and so I would not.
And beyond that, you want to do the right thing. It's
Right.
not, the law or not.
I honestly don't know what else to do other than to not use this firm to do the public engagement and to publicly apologize.
I would
That's
like
really
to,
all
I
we
would
can
like to
do.
hear from Carrie O'Farrell.
Yes, so, and I hope that apology can be accepted, but we're gonna work very hard to restore any kind of confidence that was lost.
100%, and whatever my office can do to make sure that, voices are heard and, we're getting the product that everyone is deserving of. That's our goal. So thank you for.
And every voice is valued, no matter what position they take.
Well, we've all sat here through all the hearings, through all the years, through everything, good and bad, and not tears and crying, and we've all been through it. So there's nothing new there. That we welcome that. That's the whole point of the process.
Sure, and even after the decision from Judge Santarelli on the HBDOD, we've reached out to the petitioners, we invited them to come in, we did meet with them, we've talked about different ideas, so we've had this continuing conversation with the petitioners and the folks that were opposing the initial plan, so it's not like we've never tried to shut anybody out, and we will not ever try to
No,
shut anybody out.
and that's why it's appropriate to not even, we'll just keep things the way they've always been. The purpose of the public engagement campaign was really to try to get the correct and accurate information. There's a lot of information out there that's, just hyperbole, it's not factual, there's a lot of different things being said on social media. We're aware of what's being said, and sometimes it's scare tactics, sometimes it's all different things. So our purpose was so that we wanted to be able to have more dialogue with the public outside of the 3-minute thing, and that was the part we thought was a good thing about doing public engagement. We didn't look at the fine print of what was being proposed, and that is very regrettable, and for that I'm very sorry. That is not the intent.
So Janice, to be clear, the Civic Association meeting, you were invited to it, right? That's not our meeting, that's
Right.
the Civic meeting.
So everything's the civic is sort of trying to also say, wait a minute, we asked the town to do these things, right? This was to just rewind backwards, this was a grassroots effort. And we were invited initially into the civics meetings saying, we need to do something about downtown. And they asked us to engage in this whole entire thing in the first place. So we started doing the meetings at the senior center. You may recall the dots. What do you want to see? We ended up getting historical concepts to look at patterning, to look at least and probably more than 10 different communities on Long Island and see literally how big the street was and how, the block lengths. We went through all this to understand the ingredients to a downtown that's successful and vibrant. You may recall this. And so we went through step by step by step to get the pattern book, create a form-based code that kind of says, do this, not that, how go along. This is what we've been doing all along, but this all came from the community who said, well, this isn't, we don't really have anything here, or can't go out to dinner, nail salons, everybody made it very
Ray,
clear.
I will let you speak again, because but we have somebody waiting online, at
Yeah.
least one person online. So Janice, if you could stick
I'm here.
around.
Sure. Thank you.
And we'll I promise to come back to you. So Charles, who do we have online? for public portion?
I think it's Carrie O'Farrell from Nelson.
All right, is that Carrie from NPV?
Yes, that's me. I'm sorry, I'm trying to,
All right, Sky, talk as loud as you can, Carrie, because we have, for some reason, it doesn't amplify very much in the room.
just changing my name too for the record. Carrie O'Farrell from Nelson Pope and Voorhees. I first and foremost absolutely want to apologize to the public and to the board. And similarly, that language, let me back up by saying in discussing the public outreach effort with the town board and with the development office, or planning department, the whole intention was to engage the public and receive input, and engage a greater group of people. And the language that was in there, I did not appropriately catch, and it is absolutely my fault that language is, was not removed. It was related to trying to deal with, as Janice had said, some concerns about misinformation or inaccuracies that were out, in social media, and trying to just get accurate, clear information out to the public and make sure that there was a clear understanding in what the proposed code will, would allow and would not allow. There was a lot of confusion on that. Our intention was, again, just to clearly identify facts and try and make sure as many people as possible understood the proposal at hand. And that proposal was going to go through a seeker process and likely morph as public comment proceeds through that process as well. It is not just this early public engagement part. It is a process through the environmental review, and the expectation is that would come before a town board public hearing, and there's additional opportunities for the public to be engaged through that whole process. So again, I from the bottom of my heart apologize for that language being included. It was not at all the intention or the directive of where we were going with the public outreach effort, and really was a very much an erroneous and unintended sentence that was not at all the scope that we were looking to advance.
Thank you, Carrie. It's regrettable and unfortunate. And I don't know what more to say, so.
No, I absolutely, I can't, I'm almost, I'm speechless as well. It was a huge oversight on my part, and something that I can't apologize enough to the board. I was very enthusiastic about a public outreach campaign with the intention of bringing, the overall revitalization efforts to the public and to, Hampton Bays as a group. I think, I absolutely understand the damage that was done by that statement, and again, it was not an intention or a reflection of the intended scope of work at all.
All right, thank you. Charles, is anyone else online? All right, Ray, let's get you back.
May I piggyback something else on for you?
Floor is yours.
I have to give them the photographs of, give them to the supervisor. The photographs of the, this is where to get
What's
that? Not a young guy. The photographs of the Bel Air Cove, the facility needs to be, the site needs to be secured. The fence is opened, there's a next door, as the trustees own a piece of property, the fence is knocked down, all the doors of all the rooms are open. I'm afraid some kid's gonna go in there and something bad's gonna happen. So maybe you get a crew down there to fix the fences and secure the site. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've been there multiple times, so.
Yeah,
I'm
the
familiar
fences,
with it.
there's a piece of property from the trustees that the fence is down, they're dumping stuff.
I know, it's
I'm
all-
afraid some kid's gonna go in there, really, so if you could take care of that. I just wanna get back to, say something to Janice. The problem here is that many of the people that I talk to, because I wasn't quite here when the beginning of this, feel that this has been not what they wanted from the, the end result was nothing like what they originally contracted for or wanted. And they keep saying that, and it seems like everybody's talking past each other here. If it's not what they wanted, we should go back to, and that's why I wanted to have a fair hearing and see what everybody wanted. Like, the big thing is, for example, there's 4-story buildings. Now, on November 18th, you guys had with Mr. Coyola here, which I watched several times. You asked about the 4 stories, and they said, yes, there's 4 stories with a setback. So it is 4 stories. 4 stories is 4 stories. They don't want buildings that high. So, I mean, that's not what they originally, signed on for. So I can't understand why we can't, get together here in some way and have a fair discussion about this and feel like you're being listened to. Like, that's the problem from the beginning. There's a lack of trust from us to you guys. And this didn't help, certainly, right? I mean, not at all. I know that everybody, she apologized. She didn't apologize to me. But, at the end result, I mean, you'd start to think she's an intelligent woman. Why would that type of language be in there if that's not what she's thinking? I mean, I don't know why you want to sign a contract with somebody incompetent like that. So, I mean, it's very upsetting. I mean, you said there was damage done. There was damage done. Because this is what people thought from the beginning. And now this was the smoking gun. So I hope we can get over this. I really do. I hope that we can have, maybe not this meeting, or we have another meeting, and we can get together and we can express what we want and see if there's some common ground here.
Yeah.
And again, the sewage treatment plant, again, no one's against the sewage treatment. We had this meeting yesterday, we were discussing this. It's just that we don't feel it covers enough of the hamlet, and there's other locations that would be better for it, in the hamlet.
And we can certainly look at those things.
West Hampton, the effluents is pumped to the airport, which is an industrial site, which is miles away, I don't know, it's a mile and a half away. We don't have that, but, there's the transfer station. Maybe the stuff can be pumped over there, not so close to the park. So I'm hoping that maybe we'll get get a good result out of this incident. Thank you very much for allowing me to express myself. Good night, everybody.
All right, thank you, Ray, for your patience. Okay, I'll make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, you want to take some things out of order that Janice is involved with so that she can go home? There's a couple things, I know, Janice, you had, on the walk-in packet, there's the concern, used to be concern for independent living.
Yes, it's now called Liberty Gardens. It's a resolution to schedule a combined public hearing for September 13th, although I realized after that the rest of the water quality meetings are on that day. So maybe we should make it the second one in September.
I think that would
I think that'd be great.
Yeah, so as I was sitting here, I realized it's probably not the right day to put them all on.
So do you want to?
We have time.
You can just put it on the next.
You want to amend it to use a different date?
Yeah,
Okay, so let's,
So-
or do a special hearing?
it's up to you, whatever, if you can do a special hearing.
Is it, I could, but I don't know,
Why?
I have to.
Why can't we
call
just do it on the 13th?
Just do it on the,
13th?
Not the 13th.
No, I'm saying,
There won't be
do
enough
the,
time to schedule.
no.
No, you won't be have enough time, because we have to have like a month out.
resolution you're speaking about?
I know that there's some time is of the essence here because of options and things.
A resolution to schedule a combined public hearing. notice.
41113.
Number 7.
Number 7.
I'm thinking just bring it on, let's just do it all in one day, but it'd be a long day.
It's up to you. That would be
a
September
day
13th.
meeting.
We do have the NRP group
It's a day
also
meeting. so-
Day meeting.
coming
Day
in.
meeting, I'd say we do it, we leave it.
Yep.
It's-
Okay, so leave it as is then. So that would be your,
All right, and the other one,
Big day.
Long day.
on eliminating Nelson Pope and Voorhees, recalling the resolution to take them off of task one, which is the community engagement portion of it. You know, this mistake was a terrible mistake. And I know that, you know, you've apologized, I've apologized, the attorney that reviewed it apologized for missing it, because I always ask, has it been reviewed by various individuals? I think that it's the right thing to do, is to revisit the public engagement, to make sure that that public engagement is only fact-based. It's an effort to get as many people involved in the process, and make sure every voice is heard and considered.
we'll continue to do what we've done, which is put everything on our website, you know, provide as much, you know, work sessions and public meetings as possible. I mean, that is our normal public engagement. We're not going to try to, you know, sell anything here,
So-
is the point. Just, that's all out the window, like in terms of, we were trying to get fact-based information out, we still will in our normal
Right.
channels.
But I think we need to do that in public. I think, you know, after Civic is over, sometime in the fall, we really do need to get out in front of the public, answer those questions, put all those rumors to rest,
Yeah.
and really, you know, nail down the facts at that point.
I was reaching back out to Historical Concepts, who did our pattern book, and maybe something we can work with them to kind of pattern out what everybody's saying more specifically, so it's not so vague, and people can see the outcome more clearly.
So
Maybe
can
I was
we,
thinking that.
so while Janice is here, so if, while we're debating these bills, if there's any questions for Janice, so let me make a motion then to take 41113, which is in the walk-on packet, out of order.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right, so this is 41113. I'll make a motion to approve. It's a notice of combined public hearing for the secret DEIS and zone change application of Liberty Gardens from R20 to MF44. So, the draft seek was all done.
We
Right.
deem the DEIS adequate. We've given the public 30 days or more to review it, so there's been ample time. It's been circulated, it's been out there. Now we're having a hearing, so we can hear what people have to say on the merits of the
All right.
draft environmental impact statement and any other concerns related to the zone change, the subdivision, the site plan,
And the
all in
date
one shot.
Is
So
the
they're coming all
13th
at
of
once.
September
Yes,
at 1 o'clock?
yes.
And do I have a second?
Second?
Seconded by
Second.
Councilman Scavone. So this is the affordable housing proposal next, behind
Behind
the
the Full
church.
Gospel Church, correct.
Right.
off
It was
Carroll.
originally Concern for Independent Living,
Oh, why
then
did
it was
you change it?
Concern, and now it's Liberty Gardens?
That's right.
It's
They
still
named it after
Concern is-
another development that they also call Liberty Gardens, I think in Port Jefferson,
Uh-huh.
or
I
It's
know
the
this-
same applicant, so they just
Same
changed
applicant.
the
Same
name of
applicant, yeah.
Okay.
Still
Project
Concern
itself.
is the company.
Concern for Independent Living, it was the name, and now they're calling it Liberty Gardens, but I keep
Is that the
saying formerly known as, so
development?
no one gets
Or
confused.
No, just the project is called.
I just think it's confusing to the public that, you know, now
name
the project has changed its name and everyone has, in their heads, they're looking for concern to
Well,
show
it's
up.
in there too,
It's
for
in the-
formerly
in the
known
public.
as, just
Yeah.
in case.
Is the
So we use
company
both.
changed their name? Or is it?
Not that I'm
No,
aware
no,
of.
it's just the
No, I think
project
it's just-
itself
yeah.
really never had a name.
Right.
It's
The
kind of like
project
we were
itself did.
calling the Quiog one NRP group for a while, and then they came in with their, and then they call it the Preserve. You know, they name their projects.
Yeah, yeah.
So now it's called the Preserve at South Country Road, but we call it
They're calling
NRP
a
group.
104 unit development a preserve.
Well,
A little bit oxymoronic, but.
right, but they are having a set aside. But anyway, the point is, it does happen frequently. You may recall Reckler's changed their name midway to the Boathouses, when that was always called Canal Properties. So
Okay.
it happens quite a bit.
All right.
I'm just happy to see that it's.
So we had a motion, and we just want to make sure that the public, if they're watching, understands what the proposal, it's a 60-unit affordable housing. Some is reserved, I think, for veterans. And,
Correct.
be across from Burger King here in this portion of town and sort of behind the church.
Right, and the DEIS is on our website. It's available in the clerk's office. All interested and involved agencies and interested people have received their copies, and.
Okay, so, Tommy John, you seconded,
I
right?
did.
Any further discussion or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and so that's approved, and then let's take 41130 out of order. This is to recall and amend Resolution 2022-644 and authorize the supervisor to enter into amended agreement with NPV, which will exclude the community outreach portion of scope of work for revitalization of Hampton Bays. Jim, was there a second resolution that's also related to this, or this is the?
This is it.
This is it.
This is, yeah.
All right, because I
Second.
noticed something else. So, seconded by, let's take it out of order, by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So I'll make a motion to approve. Again, there was 25,000 of the original contract was for this portion. This unfortunate mistake, I think, undermines public confidence in their role in community engagement and in an effort to try to rebuild that. I feel like it's important that we do not engage the services. Now, because we're in a contract that I regrettably signed, and it was and look, they do have a very good reputation on the secret stuff. And Jim, they are not contesting this, right? We're not.
No, not at all. No, as you heard,
They understand.
Carrie O'Farrell, who was a partner in the firm, you saw what she said tonight. No, they're not contesting it at all. They're very apologetic. Obviously, it was never the intent to have that language in. The language is, like I said earlier, is just so absurd that nobody would ever consider, no rational person would ever consider that kind of language in a contract such as this. Buck stops with me as well, because my office missed it. And I've worked with Ms. O'Farrell in other projects. She represents, the firm represents, has other projects with us here in this town and with the village of Southampton, Sag Harbor, town of Brookhaven, all over the island and all up and down the Hudson River. They do, a lot of work, both for the municipalities as well as for private entities.
No, Jan, as part of the SECRA process, there were scoping sessions, there is community engagement there too.
Right, but that would be done through our normal procedures, like you're seeing,
Well,
scheduling public hearings.
because Carrie, I believe, was planning on going to the civic meeting on Monday. It no longer would be part of their scope of service, but that's.
It would be still part of the SECRA part of things.
The SECRA
It's her,
is-
the PR, there was a sub in there, a
It's a sub,
subcontract.
And that was
to
more for
this-
later on, as the community developed this consensus, and we tried to articulate it in.
Right, and that's where we're
Code
cutting that
language.
out and saying, we'll just stick to the way we normally do things.
All right,
and-
but so she then still will go to that civic meeting?
I
Is that-
would, and, she will do what we want her to do. I would like to include her if we're still keeping the rest of the contract, because we're still trying to drill down on what the
We're just.
preferred plan is
We're
to
just removing
analyze
that
under secret.
subcontractor.
Right.
The subcontractor is now being Xed out. We're
I
not
just want to make
having
it clear that when we discussed this and we discussed community engagement, we discussed getting the information to a broader range of people beyond the civic, beyond the CAC. That was the whole purpose. It was to engage more people. It was to have more conversations, and it was to get more input. So in no way did we ever say anything about limiting people's involvement. If anything, we put that additional aspect in there to get more engagement with the community.
Exactly. That was the point of that task.
It really was, and we were gonna do pop-ups and, engage like PTA.
I was actually like really excited
schools,
about it because we were gonna go to different groups.
Me too, but I think we just have to use somebody else to do that.
We'll just either use someone else or we'll use our own, abilities to have public meetings and invite anyone who wants to participate and keep going
On the
that.
secret itself, I think she's a very well recognized and as well as the whole firm.
Very knowledgeable.
Yeah,
Yes.
as
I
environmental
absolutely
experts,
agree
I've
with
been
that.
to lectures at this New York State and Suffolk County Bar Association where Miss O'Farrell has lectured and to full rooms, as well as a partner,
Well,
Chick-fil-A.
the firms that have those projects.
Yeah, no, they are.
That we talked
They are.
about earlier, they're.
I've worked with
they're a
them for
good-
years.
They're a good firm. It's just
Never
an
the
incredible
intent was ever.
mistake.
Yeah,
No,
we have every
absolutely,
confidence that they can fulfill their obligations to us to do the work of SECRA, to analyze the impacts, to give us a proper document and lead us through that process.
Well, it's also
It was
they
really
have
the unfortunate subcontract in this PR realm, which I've only met that consultant a couple of times, but she seemed very nice, but I think that maybe she's more accustomed to working with private world things and not participating in government type
Right.
stuff.
And
So
I
there
think
was
we
a
need to,
disconnect there.
obviously, it's part of the scope, but we need to sort of clearly integrate the downtown with the corridor study to make sure that there's consistency there.
Yes.
So that's part of what, and the fact that this firm has familiarity, I believe, with all of that.
100%. I think that we can still feel confident that we will be able to get where we need to go. As far as where we need to go is saying, the corridor study said, okay, you have this downtown, come back to it and figure out what to do here. Because even at that time, there wasn't a whole lot of consensus.
All right.
So
Yeah.
we
So-
can do that.
I don't know if I want MPV to become the topic of conversation, though.
Right.
We may want to think about not having her for that,
That, it's up to you
Yeah.
all,
We're not
whatever
having it
you'd
for
like to do.
the civic meeting.
The consultant works for us, so if we want them there or not,
I'm comfortable with Janice being there.
I'm
The
definitely.
Janice
I
and
know
the
Carrie
sewage
had-
treatment. we
Was
need that.
preparing to speak about the secret process. I mean,
Oh, to speak about speak to the process
I think
is,
that's really important, and we are using them
Yeah.
for the secret process. We're not using them for the community engagement piece, which is really much later on. Well, not necessarily, because we want to get as many voices in the development of the plan.
Are we planning charrettes? And
Well,
like
we
other
have done a number
inclusive
of them
public-
already, and
That's what I thought we were
did that
doing
long
to,
before.
we've done many, many charrettes, and so, but what I was suggesting to you earlier was, I'm actually have a call scheduled, reached out to Historical Concepts, which did our pattern book, which led all those charrettes initially, bring them back and have them kind of implement the patterns.
because a
so we
couple of
can
years
all
ago,
look
there
at
was
it.
really a lot of energy around redeveloping downtown Hampton, the Main Street and Palmquag. And in a way that would, revitalize the Main Street. I mean, right now it's zoning from 1972. So I guess, an essential question is, does the community want to rezone and redevelop their own downtown? And I think the answer is yes, but we need to hear that from them and how.
I mean, there's all sorts of questions out
Yeah.
there about who's benefiting, or certain components, like the residential components and things like that. And it's easy to cherry pick and say, well, I like the 3-story buildings and apartments, but I don't like the sewage treatment. Well, you can't have one without the other. I mean, we want vibrant downtown, but you have to have people also to have it vibrant. So these, it all sort of has to come together, and it's a lot like Canoe Place Inn in a way that people wanted the historic, this sort of predates me, but the people wanted the historic restoration of that hotel banquet center, which was gonna cost a fortune. And the only way they were able to get that to happen was to basically increase density on the east side of the canal, which people didn't want the increased density on the east side of the canal, but they wanted the historic restoration. So sometimes things are connected in ways that you just can't necessarily pull out one piece without it unraveling. But that's sort of our job is, to work with the community to understand if they do want, the vibrant downtown, they may have to have multiple pieces, and they might not love all those pieces. But without some of those pieces, things stay the same, and we have to figure out whether they're okay with that.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, and if you indulge me in a second, that, that was my project. I was involved from the beginning till the point where we were all there hugging each other.
The boathouse.
And part of this is connected to that, because the idea here was, we don't want to have this reactive situation anymore. Let's be proactive and form it all out the way we want it. And that was like, that's no good deed goes unpunished, right? But I would just say that the best part about all of this is everyone wants to get it right.
We
And
also
there's so
don't want
much
to-
like heart in it all. So it can't be wrong when so many people care.
We also don't want the tourism that's coming into the Canoe Place Inn, leaving Hampton Bays and going to Southampton and West Hampton. We want them to stay in Hampton Bays and support that
Spending
hamlet.
money, yeah.
Right.
And what's interesting when you
Or
look at it
local
from a planning,
restaurants.
like a planner, you've got lots of little chopped up pieces of property, so you can have a building and a parking lot and a building and a parking lot. But when you aggregate them, so when we wrote the zoning for Gabreski, we thought it was gonna be like that. Then Reckler came in as master developer, and we were able to make it a comprehensive plan. In the same way, we're having someone buy a property and wanting to, instead of us being like, okay, your parking lot's gonna connect to your parking lot in some day when you show up and do something, we have somebody who bought it all who says, no, I'll do a Main Street, I'll do a boulevard like you want. That's like gold to planners, because we're always trying to get those things out of people. We're always trying to get the connections, the cross-access. That's all we ever do, is building over here, the parking. So instead of having buildings with a parking lot and a park, we were trying to get the connections. That's what the pattern book was talking about, walkability and interest along the way.
All right.
So that's the goal, and we're committed to it, however that shakes out in the end as far as height and density.
So I'm not sure what we are doing. I know we took it out of order. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
No, there's not
Second.
yet.
Second by Councilman Martell. Can you second? I guess you can, right? Because
You didn't vote on the original.
you've voted on the, did you vote
No.
on the original? No, you didn't.
No, so,
You want to vote on it?
yeah, I don't have a problem with this one. Yeah.
or- Okay. All right, so second by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, approved. All right.
Thank you.
Janice, will we let Janice go home now? To her
Have a great
family?
And this is her off day.
Yeah, she took, this is her day off.
It's been a long day. Thank you,
Can we
Janice.
do that out of order?
Thanks, Janet.
All right, anything else that needs to get taken out of order? Sean,
What do you want,
have something?
John?
I have the common license agreement and the enforcement action at the end, 41, 410-00.
All right, hold on. It's in the walk-on packet?
No, it was on the agenda.
Oh.
It's the second bullet.
Can you give us what page?
Resolution number?
42 Oregon. I didn't have there's a resolution ID, 41000.
Oh, that's in the,
That's in the walk.
that's in the walk-on.
Right?
4100.
41100,
No, that's not. Page
Just different.
37.
37?
Okay, yeah.
Got a resolution number, it's beyond the ID.
898.
898.
898.
So it's 2022-898, that's the public hearing on the enforcement action. All right, so I'll make a motion to take it out of order.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Thank you, Mr.
we'll take it, so now, Rick, why don't you make a motion to approve?
Motion to approve 2022-898.
And Tommy John, do you want a second?
Second?
All right, so Sean, you want to tell us what this is about?
This is actually Pro Champs, Chapter 262, at work. So this property was identified as a zombie house owned by a bank, it's foreclosed on. There was all sorts of furniture and refrigerators and all sorts of things on the front lawn. Ryan Murphy went out personally and wrote up a statement. That's why we are bringing this to the board. We'd like to schedule this for your next upcoming town board meeting and put it on. The bank is actually cooperating at this point. They've cleaned the front yard. We're looking for them to additionally clean up a side yard and rear yard. This is the program working as it's designed. We're going to have more of these coming. The canoe place in, not canoe place. The other property I visited with
Bel Air?
Chief Rankin, Bel Air. We went there last week. We're going to bring a resolution to board that property up as well in the coming weeks. We did a walkthrough on that site. So we're doing outreach.
Like on that site, I mean, this is like one of the most frustrating things, because I would like to tear down the building, and we can't tear it down until the county health department grandfathers the flow.
Right.
And we have not, Jim, we have no resolution on that yet, right?
No, we have not, final determination from the health department on that. And we also, as you know, we have an RFP, scheduling issuing an RFP for the proposals for the design proposals for the site as well, on tonight. I'll follow up with the health department, and if we need, possibly, I would try to, at least, if it comes to a situation where we feel that the building is unsafe, that we can't, that we would
Well,
want to
wasn't
move
Board of
towards
Health-
a,
The county was sort of saying we have to make it operational again as a hotel before they grandfather flow, but it doesn't make sense.
no, that doesn't.
Put that kind of money in just to then tear it down.
Right, that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, in the meantime, I walked it with Chief Rankin last week, 2 weeks ago. It appeared there was somebody, had been in it. I think a simple board up would be sufficient. I'm
You
going to
talking
bring.
about that one room with all the stuff in it?
Yes.
That's been like that for a long time.
Could I just suggest that you touch base with Janice? on
Absolutely.
that, Just so we guarantee the flow rate, because everything, a lot is contingent on.
I'd only mentioned it as somebody had earlier in the evening, but code enforcement and the fire marshals are driving around and identifying these types of properties, and we've been taking lots
I'm
of
okay
action.
with boarding it up, but it's, there's a number of entities that are interested in that property.
Right.
To do either the townhouse development or hotel development, whatever we want, the community wants. Sounds like they're willing to pay substantially more than what we paid for it.
Right.
So it would be nice to have, the idea was to keep it in tourism somehow, and have it contribute to the downtown economy of Hampton Bays.
Yeah, it's a worthwhile
But
site.
it's getting very frustrating with the county. But,
Well, as I said, again, hopefully we'll get some very good responses, as you mentioned, Mr. Supervisor, on the RFP, and we set the date, the outside date, I think is in October, so we have a fairly short period that we wanted. And then, once we have the proposals, it'll be reviewed by Janice and folks in planning, and then we're inviting them to make a presentations here at a work session. So we're trying to move this along very, as quickly as we can at this point, because
Yeah, Jim, because there was conditional on the flow rates. There was a lot of work.
yeah, ideally,
I thought there were conditions on approving the flow rate if we did certain things, like we weren't.
well, you have to
supposed
go to
remove-
IA, that's a given.
Right.
Have to go to.
Right, but we wanted to preserve the flow rate. That's a whole thing that started with that. And I know a lot of work's been put in with the Department of Health already from planning, so
Well,
just want to be sure.
Yeah, they absolutely will make us go to wastewater.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
IA,
No,
but-
absolutely.
That's expected, but you want the flow rate. You don't want residential, you don't want 300 gallons a day.
no,
No, then you get 3 houses at that property, whatever. But, okay.
But right, so just so you're aware, the fire marshals and code are keeping an eye on the property. They're patrolling it to keep everybody safe.
that's important. We can secure the perimeter as well, the fence.
All right, so we had a motion and a second to approve the public hearing, correct?
Correct.
Right, Sandy?
Yes, you do. You just need to vote.
All right, so this is sponsored by Councilman Martell, co-sponsored by Councilman Scavone. All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. And Sean, there was one other, right?
Yes, the almond license agreement. This is for sidewalk dining in an additional.
Can you tell us?
Where
what
is it?
page you're
He
on?
doesn't-
Yes, I'm working off the draft, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so,
We were on page number 8.
I'm sorry?
Page 8?
Page 8, yeah,
In the
it's
draft.
authorized license agreement with Almond Group LLC.
No.
That's page 9.
Oh, I'm sorry.
7.3.
My
So
apologies.
this is mine, I'll make a motion to take 873 of 2022 out of order. Found on page
Second.
9, second by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, yeah, I'm familiar with this, but basically, they're working with us to, they're not increasing their capacity in any way, they just would
Right.
like to put some of their seats outside rather than inside.
Correct. Ryan Murphy had asked me to address the board on it tonight. This is a restaurant owner doing this the correct way. They're asking for permission. Sometimes we have situations where restaurants are asking for forgiveness, and we have to prosecute. These people are doing this the right way. They're coming to the board, offering to pay. So Mark McRedmond, Ryan Murphy, and I have worked collaboratively on this, and this restaurant owner is doing this the right way.
Oh, very good.
And we're
We-
getting, getting $500 for them being out there in our property.
It's a little patch of sidewalk. I believe they're going to add 2 or 3 extra tables. They are very strict. I was told 5. But if you looked on the aerials, you can see where their sidewalk dining. They are absolutely where they're supposed to be already. And like I said, they're asking for permission rather than forgiveness, which is refreshing.
That's good, yeah.
Right.
This area was the site of part of the restoration in Bridgehampton. We utilized used brick in one part of the hamlet and put them in there. It looks really nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that
And
it's
it
being
doesn't
utilized.
affect, the pedestrian has no problem getting through this.
Not at all.
The public are still there, they like sitting outside.
Yeah, sure.
Even though, maybe not as much of a threat of COVID anymore. So, yeah, I'm certainly supportive here. So, all right, so any other questions?
Nope.
All right, so, Sunday, it's late, I made a motion, yeah, no motion yet?
There's no
All right.
motions yet, just the out of order was voted
Okay,
on.
so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman Martell, all in favor?
McNamara.
Councilwoman, it's been 4 hours.
Two completely different people.
So the reality is that Tommy John, Councilman Schivoni also tried to second, and so I messed up the second. So I could have
who is
said
the
almost
second?
anything. I was trying to say Councilwoman
Councilwoman
McNamara.
McNamara, okay, that's not who I had either.
And I'm fine with that.
Those
You're
Western
okay.
cats will be
All
illegal.
right. Now, I'll call a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
An evening for
Good night, Sean.
forgiveness.
Now, can we go in order?
Safe home.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. Get home safely. Do you guys want to go power through this? You need like a 5-minute?
No, let's
Let's
go.
go.
Please, let's go.
Boy,
I'm really
I
late.
like this
I
board.
want to go home.
You can,
I'm 2 hours late.
I have to wiggle in my chair once in a while.
Need to
It's
find
not
it.
easy on the body. All right, so we're gonna go to the top 681 of 2022. This is approval, I'm gonna make a motion at the table, we're still not there. Approval of Village of Southampton revised concept plan for CPF acquired Moses Lane parcel. Motion at table.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, so tabled.
Town Board Resolution 845 of
Sorry, table to the next town board meeting?
Yep. I mean, we could push it off, but, no, leave it next morning. Let's keep going.
Town Board
Next item.
Resolution 845 of 2022. This is the resolution of adoption, amending the Town Code, Chapter 312, to add parking prohibited in designated locations in a portion of Old Country Road in West Hampton. I do have some changes with this, but I would like to ask the board what you think here. After some of the testimony tonight, I myself was wondering if the fence would actually serve the purpose in keeping the parking on one
I
side of the
wouldn't
street.
mind honestly taking a look at this, that one person who spoke about kayaking. And I'm trying to imagine trying to cross this road with a kayak. And
That's never happened.
Not happening, no.
Really?
I'm
No.
sorry, I used to live down that road. It's a very busy.
I don't know, we went from
It's
hearing
too
it's
blunt.
never used to it's used all the time.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
it's just crossing, I'm talking about
No, I'm
crossing
talking
the
about,
street
like,
with
the
the
site.
kayak.
Yeah, you're not
They're
crossing
gonna
that
get hit
street
from
with
one
a
direction or the other.
It's a
because it
blind
makes it
corner from
seem
the
like
south and
until
a
we
hill
get
from
the other property up and running, that maybe we could have 1 or 2 spaces.
Well,
drop-off
when we
area.
had the community there was some agreement to allow for an extra space. I think it was three spaces out of that. I think that's all that were set there. Have that up, the one up, that's not 75 or 100 feet, it's only 3 car lanes for someone to park there. That was to give the parking ability to the person who's going to be doing the water quality testing, who's only there once every 2 weeks for 15
That
minutes.
was the SOMAS dedicated spot.
Yeah. So, you know, you could reduce the number of spaces, but understand this, the person who lives there, this woman, is dealing with a lot of trespass, and hopefully the fence will solve that, and she's gonna put up hedges herself.
I know you've
at
been
her
working
expense.
really hard on trying to do
Trying to
something.
get compromise
I
here.
actually have a concern about this, because after we put up the fence, right, and we have people parking further down the road, wouldn't that make them more likely to try to cut through her yard to get somewhere faster?
Well, the only way they could do that would be to enter in through her front driveway, because of the entrance to her house is right there, so it would be pretty difficult. But yeah, it's possible. There's a whole education
Have
process.
we talked to her about this since we agreed to put the fencing up and we've opened the
Yes.
cut?
Yeah.
And she still wants no
I mean,
parking?
there was that
Yes.
also testimony about ice skating that was kind of interesting too, but
Well, I pointed out that I don't remember that freezing over enough to ice skate
never
the last
seen anybody.
10 years, so that's a different issue. But it is traditionally used by the
I
community,
mean, if the
or
trustees
was.
had, like, I'm just thinking that if we had like maybe 2 spots on that side of the road, just temporarily until the trustees can provide another place. and
You
then we
might
can eliminate-
exacerbate the problem, that is the problem.
Okay.
You know what I mean, though? Like, it may be, at least, if it's really mostly just 1 car or 2 cars, somebody dropping off a kayak.
What it is sometimes it's cars like
the
6 at night or 7 coming in to, you know, drag a kayak, and they don't carry them, they drag them. And the only time I've seen it is they drag it along the guardrail and then jump over or cross the
It feels like we're
property.
restricting public access, which.
Well, you're
bothers me.
not. I mean, a lot of that wasn't accessible because it had never been cut away.
But my
Now
thing is, if we're
been cut
keeping
away.
them off of her property, we're really restricting access on a public right-of-way.
No, not really, because her property ends, and then the access
talking about
is
the
beyond-
parking.
is beyond. Well, the parking is different.
Does anybody have an objection to tabling it? And-
I don't. I still
I
think
don't.
there's a way to compromise here.
And that
Site
would
visit.
give
Yeah.
me a chance to look at it,
There's any room, though.
at least try to
I don't
look
know
at
if no parking signs are gonna solve the problem. You know, park
Ultimately-
across the street and then take that trail.
I'm just
on her
thinking that
property.
maybe we could provide one, or just like 2 spaces until the trustees open up that other spot, and then we can eliminate those 2
I
spaces.
just think we
Well,
fence off
you-
her property better and we keep the people off of it and if we've cut the trail better by the guardrail,
That people would walk
which we
over.
did.
and the
guardrail.
rest is fenced,
It really was wide open. I was out there. a
yeah,
couple
I would
Yeah, it's
hope
been
that
all
that's where
cut
they would
away.
go. And I mean,
Nice.
we're really,
It's
you know,
just
I
crossing
would
the
think if
road.
we'd ask the homeowner, say, like, listen, we've now made the access where it's supposed to be, we fenced off your property. Does she really want all these people walking by her house?
Parking way up that
She,
way,
she,
or crossing
no,
the
it's,
street. I just worry
that's
about
not
somebody
the
getting
the
hit.
problem. The problem is that people cross the property and then come back up along the pond side and cross there. Sometimes they throw garbage there, sometimes they ring her doorbell. She doesn't, you know, she could have said something 20 years ago, but she didn't. And she's, I think, been very tolerant. So hopefully this is a compromise that, you know, will take a little time for people to learn, you know, I can understand both points of view. This is a very hard thing. She's scared, but you don't want to simply.
I think having people park further up, we're gonna have more people coming.
Yeah, the place
It's-
to park is
Past
on
her
the
house.
triangle across the street.
Yeah, on Nadine
And it's
Drive.
dangerous to get across because of the blind corner and the hill.
Which has
is
been
also
cut
blind.
away.
Well, the
So-
hill,
That
you can't do anything about.
No, but on that
Easily.
side
You
you
wanna
can.
table till the
On
next
side you
meeting and
can
go look at it?
Even that's gonna be.
Yeah, I
Let's
would
table
take
it.
Sean and take a look at it. I'll go with you, sure. I can show you Plan B.
Then-
Okay.
All right, so Tommy John, do you want to change it
Sure.
to a tabling motion?
Yeah, let's, like make a motion to table Resolution 845
To the
toward
next meeting.
next
Yeah.
September
Second.
13th.
Second by
September 13th.
Councilwoman
And the
McNamara.
public hearing is closed, but we're tabling this to.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And I appreciate the board's involvement in this, because this is a case where you have two good groups of people trying to find something solvable here.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying, public access is important, public safety is important, and also, the trespassing issues and the
Yeah.
enjoyment of I'm trying to find the right balance here. Okay.
Moving on.
I'm on page 6. I got 869 of 2022. Amend, authorize supervisor to sign a maintenance agreement with the Water's Edge Civic Association for maintenance of town-owned New York Rising properties within the Flanders area.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, this has gone well so far. All right, 870 of 22, authorize supervisor to amend contract with Hampton Bays Ambulance. Oh, this is co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone and Councilman Martell. This was Councilman Scavone's idea. Authorize supervisor to amend contract with Hampton Bays Ambulance to allocate $50,000 of COVID-19 funds for its response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Seconded by Councilman Scavone. And
Second.
This sort of grew, this is that ARPA money, this is the COVID money we got from the federal government. We had given some to Flanders Ambulance, and we're commissioners of more than one ambulance company, so I think the effort was to see if we can do something similar for the others. And
They are feeling the pinch economically and also with their insurance companies. However, these grants would be specific to equipment that they use.
And they also, like, during the COVID pandemic emergency, it worked straight through it.
Didn't miss a call.
Very well received. They really
Put their
are
own-
thankful.
They put their own lives at risk, like all the healthcare providers. Just say, it's nice to be able to give some of that money we received to them. So, all right, so we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Approved. The next one, 871 of 22, co-sponsored by Councilman Scavone. Authorize supervisor to amend contract with Southampton Ambulance to allocate $50,000 of COVID-19 funds for its response to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And the last one we're commissioners for is the West Hampton Ambulance Company. This is Resolution 872 of 22. Authorize, it's co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, right?
Yes.
And yes, and this authorize supervisor to amend contract with West Hampton Ambulance to allocate $50,000 of COVID-19 funds for its response to the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Same second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. We already did the next.
873, you took out of order.
Yep, we did that one. 74, authorize supervisor to sign contract amendment with WSP USA, formerly Leggett, Brashears and Graham, Inc., in connection with the groundwater monitoring and sampling services of the third-party consultant for the Sabonic Golf Course.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 875 of 2022, authorize supervisor to sign an agreement with Heart of the Hamptons for the Essential Shopping Assistance Program for older adults.
Second.
So who wants the second?
Rick Kim, second.
Thank
All right, seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Approved.
I have to.
Okay, moving on to 876 of 22, authorize supervisor to sign contract with TK Elevator Corporation for preventative maintenance of town hall elevators.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Town
Thank
Board
you for that.
Resolution 2022-877 is to authorize the purchase from Deal Concrete Corporation for new retaining wall staircases and ADA improvements at Emma Rose Elliston Memorial Park in North Sea.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 878 of 22, authorize the rental of equipment from the Suffolk County contract for construction equipment and dredging services with Chesterfield Associates.
Second?
I'm sorry, who's the second?
It's kind of at the same time.
Yeah.
but it's
You wanna flip a
Cindy
coin?
Can be second.
All right, Councilwoman McNamara, seconding, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 879 of 22, authorize the supervisor to sign 2022 agreement with the National Coalition Building Institute in exchange for professional services to create an employee survey and to conduct diversity training.
Second.
Stop doing that.
I think we should all.
This is the affirmative action.
Should all
path.
co- we should
I
all-
just
we
don't
all
know,
co-sponsor this?
you and Tommy John seconded at the exact same moment.
I don't care, I just want to move
Can I
along.
co-sponsor this?
We should all
Sure.
co-sponsor this.
Sure, absolutely.
All
Well,
right.
it's the supervisor.
All
Why
right,
don't we all sponsor that?
All right, I'll take this, Councilman Bouvier
I'll
seconding.
co-sponsor, please.
All in favor? Aye. And everybody's a co-sponsor, yes?
This is
Yes.
879,
Yes.
okay.
This
And
is
everyone's gonna
879, you
Yeah.
gotta put us all on,
co-sponsor. Okay.
and it was approved. All right, 880,
And who was the second?
they all were, no,
Councilman
I gave it to Councilman Bouvier.
Okay, thank you.
All right, 880 of 22, authorize the supervisor to sign a 2022 community program grant for the Jam Sessions, Inc.
Second?
Nobody
Nobody wants that one.
That was a test.
It's like you gotta buzz in. Okay, all right, seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 881 of 2022, authorize the supervisor to sign a 2022 community grant, program grant for the Hampton Bays Chamber of Commerce, Inc.
Second?
Seconded, thank you, Rick, for putting this forward. Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. This is helping with the 100-year celebration
Correct.
and the fireworks and all that.
We won't ask again for 100 years, I promise.
No, that's good.
Sometimes
Can I-
it just seems like 100 years.
Can I, Sunday, can you have me as a co-sponsor on that one?
Certainly.
All right, 882 of 22, authorize the supervisor to sign consultant agreement with Tom Neely, doing business as TFN Advisors.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 883 of 22, authorize the supervisor to sign second amendment to lease with New York SMSA Limited Partnership, doing business as Verizon Wireless for cell equipment located on the Hampton Bays Water District's Ponquag Avenue Water Tower.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 884 of 2022 to award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with NMP Engineering, Architecture and Land Surveying, PLLC, for Round Pond Stormwater Mitigation and Wetlands Restoration Project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 2022-885, co-sponsored Councilman Martell and Schiavone, is to rescind 2 water quality improvement project grants to Hampton Resource LLC and award and authorize the supervisor to execute a water quality improvement project grant agreement to ESC Southampton LLC, doing business as the Atlantic.
Second.
There's some thinking. So, John, what do we, I remember we gave them a grant, we gave them an extra 100,000?
Yes.
And what happened here? Oh, they changed the
Just the
name.
They changed the name, so we have to rescind it and reissue it under, with the new name
It's a new owner, right?
and new owner.
You want to prior to any disbursement?
It's not a simple Scribner's thing, it has to.
All right, I will, we had a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. All right. 886 of 22, 2022 notice to bidders for Old Farm Road, road drainage improvements.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 887 of 2022, the 2022 notice to bidders for track loader, accessories, and trailer.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 888 of 22, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone. This is allocation of ARPA's coronavirus federal grant to Southampton, Hampton Bays, and West Hampton ambulance companies for purchases of emergency equipment and supplies.
Second.
Which is, Jim, what if,
This is
Yeah,
the
we-
budget.
we already did the 3 individuals?
Mhm.
What is this, what's the difference here? Oh, maybe some paperwork that has to get, oh, we are amending, this is amending the
Amends the,
adopted budget.
Yeah, just.
This unallocated, yeah, federal grant.
Because, right.
Go
The
along with
ARPA, the ARPA money goes into general fund.
Just smack me on the side of the head.
So we're basically, yeah, allocating the
Allocating.
150,000, which is those 3 grants. All right, and this was, Tommy John, you co-sponsored, did you second?
I did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. All right, 889 of 2022 amends the 2022 adopted operating budget for Highway Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 890 of 2022, resolution of adoption amending Chapter 312-20, Hampton Bays to prohibit parking on the west side of Gravel Hill Road between Argonne Road and Fanning Road.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. We held a hearing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Your sense is, I mean, there was nobody spoke out against it. You talked to Lars, right?
Yes.
The school's okay with it?
Yeah, if it's a problem for the neighbors, we may make an amendment later to just do it during school hours, but the opinion was it's hard to regulate school hours, like it's not set in stone.
Now,
So,
what's the magic of the west side versus the east side?
well, there is a private road that cuts out of it, it's just sight lines, so the west side seemed easier than the east side.
Is this gonna end up with just pushing more traffic onto the west side? I mean, more parking?
It's already full.
It's already full.
On both sides.
Yeah.
And so where do the cars go that we're not letting park on the east side?
TBD. To be
North
determined, yeah. It's usually a problem in the spring. You know, as the year goes on, the kids get their licenses and
Start
so
driving.
forth, yeah.
Um,
So they've already around the school, there's no parking on Maryland Boulevard, there's none on Lincliff and Argonne Road, and this is just the closest extension.
Okay, I mean, it's gotta lead to some other area asking for no parking too.
Maybe.
It might, I
When
mean,
it
you
comes
know,
down to the school's gonna have to start enforcing kids coming in.
I suppose it can always be undone.
Right.
All right, so we had a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 891 of 2022, resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 64, term limits to reduce the term limit of zoning board and planning board members from 3 terms to 2 terms.
Second.
On the motion, I can't vote for this, although I agree with it, because I think this needs to come later after we get the staggering period done with the previous resolution that we adopted. So I'll abstain from this, because I think this might interfere with that. Although I agree to do it, I just think the timing, we have to wait for the time for staggering of those terms in order for the appointments to work out properly.
So the way the legislation is written, Kathleen worked it in so that you would have to serve a full 7-year term in order for that to be counted as a term going forward.
Yeah, but when I was doing the math, I was a little, still not entirely convinced of that, so I just feel more comfortable. I think you'll have the votes, but I feel I'm going to abstain.
So if somebody has served several terms that are, let's say they served a couple 4-year terms, now they're serving a 2-year term, and now they get a 7-year term. So I'm reading planning board members.
This currently allows up to
If a
18
member has been
years for current
appointed to
members.
serve less than a full term of 7 years, then in no event shall that member serve more than 18 years total.
Because going forward, it's only counting
'cause it's
seven-year
3
terms as a
times
full
the
term.
4. But if you look at some of the terms there and you calculate that out, that may not work to stagger. It may extend the staggering. It'll still work, but it may extend the times that other administrations may have to stagger appointments in order to make it, one per term, 1 per year, as the intent of the original law was,
So
or recommendation.
I mean, I'm willing to hold off on it and get,
I mean, if you want to get that clarified, because just no matter how I
willing to hold it
worked
till
it
the
out.
next meeting.
Well,
Your table till the next meeting.
So Cindy, I just want to make sure this resolution does what you want it to do. So you're saying they're not going to be allowed to serve more than 2 full terms?
Mhm.
But are you defining a full term as a 7-year?
As a 7-year term. So back
Where
in,
I'm not seeing that. I'm just basically,
it
but it
says,
says, no, they can't serve more than 18 years, but they also can't serve more than 2 full terms. But I
it
don't
says if
see
a
the-
member has been appointed to serve less than a full term of 7 years, then in no event shall that member serve more than 18 years total.
Right, but then the first thing under A, any person who has served as a zoning board member of the town of Southampton for, instead of 3 terms, 2 or more full terms shall be ineligible to serve. But this other thing relates to 18 years. Jim, do you see the conflict? Somebody might say a 4-year term is a term.
Right.
They've had 2 4-year terms. Now that's 8 years. Now they get a 7-year term, that's 15. They can't be appointed to another 7-year term because that would put them over 18. What if it
If you
just-
match that up against any administration that's trying to stagger those terms.
Wouldn't it be better to just say nobody can serve more than 18, shall be appointed to a term that would put the expiration date beyond 18 years of total service?
Because then you're not,
But you also have people that have already.
you're having people serve 4 years of a 7-year term because at 18 years there. I'm willing to hold it
Yeah, I
over and
think
get
you should table it
clarification.
and just get some clarification.
We'll table it.
Because when.
Reference to the 7 years.
Try to
is
do
in
the
the
Because
math.
Kathleen did all the math, she figured it all out, and I trust what she did.
Yeah.
But if everyone's not comfortable with it, I'm more than willing to get absolute clarification from her for the next meeting, and we can vote on it then.
Yeah, I just think it might be just confusing down the road because you're gonna have these people who've served like 3 4-year terms and 1 2-year term, and now they're getting a 7-year term, and are we not counting any of the other, now they're starting fresh, their clock starts fresh because those other terms didn't count, or we have to count the 18 years now?
Yeah.
And that's exactly where I had the
No, it's in
problem, is
there.
interpreting it.
Planning
and-
board.
And future boards, how they would interpret that, could just make the same problem happen all over again.
I think, well, 64(4)B, if a member has been appointed to serve less than a full term of 7 years, then in no event shall that member serve more than 18 years total. I think that addresses that.
Yeah, try laying that out against the current time that people have already.
Well, I know, there's
time
people
they've
that have
served,
been
but
here
people-
more than it already,
Yeah,
right?
It
Sure.
gets really confusing.
Sure.
well, as for me, I'd like to weigh in. And each one of our chairs, and I've said this in the public meeting, has served over 15 years. I believe that experience, I believe that institutional knowledge is important, and I can't support the bill because I believe, in the end, it's going to limit future boards from making a decision that they want to choose. I think we should have experienced people on the planning board and on the zoning board, so I do not
So,
support this.
I mean, you'd probably prefer to see no term limits.
I
for
would
planning
prefer
and
to see
zoning.
no term limits,
Hmm.
but that's not the bill before us.
No, it's not, and I think it's actually achieved down the line with the
Mhm.
bill that we passed before. I think it becomes moot at some point, but
Well,
it's very complicated.
But there is
and looking at the other towns, most of them don't have term limits
At all.
on these boards, and, the term limit should be set by the new town board, whoever that, whatever configuration that's going to be.
Just in response to this, and I'm not sure I disagree that we should have no term limits for these individuals. We recently had a 12-year term limit,
Mhm.
basically 3 terms of 4 years. This actually goes from 12 years to 18-year term limit,
Well,
or 14 years if you did 2 7-year terms. So it seems like it's getting longer.
So the purpose of this was in 2007, when term limits were added, it was 7-year terms, and it was put in place to be 2 terms. So then in 2017, it was amended, when they dropped the terms down to 4 years, they allowed you to do 3 terms. So this
12
sets
years.
it back to when the term limits were originally put in place, so that's 14 years instead of the 12 we have just had.
Well, I would ask why the term limits in general? Like,
Why
what is
it
the
allows for
reason?
greater participation for the public. I mean, I'd like to see more turnover on some of these boards. I've watched the meetings, and I think, I think people get very comfortable with attorneys, and I think it's, not that, I'm not saying that there's anything
get it.
bad being done, I'm just
I get it.
saying that
I think,
you have institutional knowledge, yes, but you also are very known to the attorneys that walk in here day after day after day, and they know what you're gonna ask for, they know what to expect. And in some cases, maybe that's a good thing, but in some cases, it's not, because I think fresh faces would be adding different questions, and they'd be questioning different aspects of plans, and I would just like to see more turnover on the board.
Didn't somebody do some research
I
as
did
to-
ask you why.
Did
I
somebody
can give
like,
you my opinion.
Tom, did you do some?
Well, we
look at
did.
Other towns and whether they.
Yeah, the other towns and their chairs have served long periods of time. And.
Do they have term limits? Any of the towns have term limits on
I don't
this?
have it with me. I'm sorry.
Some
It
do,
was
though?
it was shared to all of us.
Some do. I think it's about 2 year, 2
East
terms,
Hampton
some at
has a
3.
term limit. Shelter Island has no terms and no term limits. Brookhaven has no term limits. They have 7-year terms. Islip as well. Huntington is the only one in the west that has any term limits. These are technical boards. I mean, that's my opinion, is that, because you know an attorney and you use their first name, which they probably should not do, on zoning board, that doesn't read well in minutes, in lawsuits. But, I just think that our boards our future town boards need to be able to make the decision, rather than seeing 14 years and saying, you know what, you're great, we would love to appoint you, but we can't.
I mean, we hold people in
So-
holdover status, so it's, nobody's ever truly gone.
What's that? Well, we have a
Making
lot
an
of.
observation.
We have people who are in holdover status, at
Right.
least one,
Right.
maybe two.
Two, I think.
Two.
And exactly for that reason,
And-
because the staggering doesn't allow us to do exactly what Cynthia's talking about.
Right, so that's been corrected. And the past chairs, I mean, they're 20-year people on these boards. The current chairs, 15 years on both boards. And I look at the chair position. I get what you're saying about the membership position, that makes sense to me, but the chair position is an important position. He or she has to run a meeting, they have to know the code, they have to know the attorneys and know when and where they can push back on them. I think we should have
Maybe it
veterans
should be a
people.
wider review, just like the conservation board that I served on has no term limits at all. And that's a land use board, and they make important decisions, and most people aren't even aware of.
I have to admit, I'm a little torn on this. So, we have an abstention and a no, and so I'm actually at the swing vote here, I think. And though I am inclined to support this, but can we, do you mind going
I
another cycle?
do not mind at all.
All right.
So I'll make a motion to hold it over till the next meeting.
Second.
All right, so motion
Well,
to
can I
table.
do that if I'm a public abstention?
I think so. You're seconding a motion to table.
When is it tabled to?
The next meeting, the 13th.
Okay. And who is the second now?
John?
I was.
Mr. Booth.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There. Bad attempt.
All right, because honestly, I haven't had dinner. I've been 4.5 hours in this meeting, and it's
None of
probably,
us have had dinner.
it's tough to have a really good conversation
Yeah,
about
John is
something
down
so
second.
important
I
as
also
this.
think they turned
So-
up the
All
AC
agreed.
at
They
like
did,
8
it's
o'clock.
so hot
So
here.
I do
It is.
appreciate you
It's okay.
allowing it to be tabled
It's
so we
fine.
can have a
You
more
originally abstained. but
cogent-
That's why I said when we
you have
started,
that
I said,
and
you
you're
said,
seconding
oh, we
it
have
and
term
voting
limits on the
yes?
agenda.
No,
Table it.
I'm
There was
to
actually no
table
vote.
it. There's no
Okay.
vote.
So you're abstaining? on the vote, but you're seconding.
There is no vote.
There is no vote.
There's no vote yet.
Okay,
We
it's
tabled
tabled.
it.
It's
Okay.
tabled.
He's agreeing to
Still have
table
to
it.
table it, though.
Oh, no,
You can't
I'm a yes on the table.
Table it.
That's what I'm
Yes,
asking.
yes.
You
So
voted
you're no
to
longer
table.
abstaining, you're seconding it.
No, I was
on the tabling.
pointing out that I abstained, I was
If you-
intended to abstain on the vote.
Correct, but now
But
you're,
there wasn't a vote on the bill,
There was
only a
no
vote on
the bill,
tabling.
just on the
correct.
table.
But originally there was an abstention. I just wanted to make sure he
That's
was
what's wrong.
abstaining on the tabling as well.
We never actually got to that vote because.
I
we didn't
understand.
call it.
I
He's
just-
saying he had intended to abstain if we called the vote. We didn't
I just
call the
said
vote.
that.
I got it.
All right.
I got it.
All right, John, you're actually next.
Could you please?
32.
Page 32.
Yep.
890.
Town Board Resolution 892 of 2022 is co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone. It's authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Watermill Village Improvement Association Annual Car Show on September 10th, 2022, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 893 of 2022, authorized partial waiver of police fees for the Hampton Classic Horse Show.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. It's still a substantial amount they're paying. That was approved. 894 of 2022, authorized partial waiver of fire marshal fees for the Hampton Classic.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 895 of 2022, accept resignation of a Justice Court, Spanish-speaking Justice Court clerk in Justice Court.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 896 of 22, accept resignation of a geographic information systems technician 1 in information technology.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 897 of 22, appoints Renee Riley to administrative assistant in land management.
I'd like to second that and co-sponsor.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Would the clerk please add the councilman as a co-sponsor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved, and congratulations to Renee.
898 was taken out of order.
898, we did. $899, resolution authorizing the purchase of property located at 1045 Flying Point Road, Watermill, New York. This is the, Jim, did you work everything out? This is that,
Yep. Yeah, we're all set.
was on the wall
This
before.
is that,
This is our
portion of the-
parking lot for Flying Point Beach,
that's right.
where we're gonna pay them $100,000.
Yeah,
And we get everything clarified?
Yes, we have. We're all set. We're all set to
All
go.
good to allow me to sign it?
Yes, please. Our Parks Director will be very happy, and we'll lock this in forever instead of having this. It's a very important.
And we're going to allow them to store materials when they're doing Channel Pond?
Right, when there's a dredging of Channel Pond, there'll be, actually, the equipment primarily.
Just a section of 3,050
Right.
square
That-
feet.
that's
and-
the most northern.
I wanted to make sure we're getting
portion.
a little bit more than just the pavement area, so that we could maintain.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, and we've looked, I was over at the site last week, and, the western side of this parking lot is already fenced, and there's two fences, actually. It's like a rail, and then there's an actual cyclone fence there as well. So it's pretty well shielded off from trees and brush beyond it as well.
All right.
I'll
We're in good
second
shape there.
It would be nice if it said the paved.
And we've
area.
maintained it
Are we
for
gonna- Do we have to
years.
create, you have to
We've
create a
maintained it for
lot?
decades.
You have to do, are we creating a lot?
Yes, we will break off this piece from the rest of the property, yes.
All right, I'll let you guys sort it out. So second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve that. That is not a CPF purchase, so that 100,000 is coming out of, I think, the general fund.
Watermill Park.
Watermill Park
110,000.
Reserve, yeah.
Oh, Watermill Park Reserve Fund
Yep.
is paying for it. Thank you, Wardable. All right, 900-2022 amends the Town of Southampton Community Preservation Project Plan and CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include the lands of Michael Atkinson and Pauline Atkinson Revocable Trust and authorized acquisition.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. What?
Yeah.
So there was correspondence from, Ruin today?
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Kim. He's, yeah, asking that the client wanted to,
Went to table.
yeah. So,
All right, I'll make a motion to, I'll make a motion to reconsider Resolution 900 of 2022.
second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, and now I will make a motion to table.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, so that's tabled.
Thank you, Kim.
Yes, thank you, Kim.
Yeah, it's also good to know as a procedural point that nothing is actually done until we adjourn the meeting. So you can always go back and reconsider something we voted on. It's not finalized until we adjourn. So, okay, so I'm at 901 of 2022, amend the Town of Southampton Community Preservation Project Plan and CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include the lands of Rosemary Barone and John Hatgistavro and authorize acquisition.
Second.
I think I pronounced it better than
It's not bad.
time.
It's
You
a-
did, yeah.
Gestapo.
And nailed it.
Hatgistavro.
Hot Gestapo.
Hatgistavro. All right, so Tommy John, you seconded?
I did.
All right, and this is a CPF acquisition, 3.1 acres for $1.5 million in Bridgehampton, right? We held a public hearing. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. I'm up to 902. Authorize acquisition of land of Helen Ellis Living Trust and amend the CPF management and stewardship plan to include that property.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. This is, I think, two properties or three properties? Two properties, right? One's 1 acre and one's 14.2 acres. Where is
Oh, no,
this,
that was,
Oh, no, it's
Yeah,
just one
this-
property, I'm sorry, I'm
right.
reading it wrong. It's just a 1 acre, for
Yeah,
525,000.
it's contiguous to other parcels,
Mm-hmm.
1 acre.
Yeah, it helps to have the map still up on the wall, which we don't have, but, this is in Shinnecock Hills, I think, yes?
Yes.
26 Peconic Road. All right, I have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. So is that it for the main packet?
Yep.
And we go on to the walk-ons. All right, 41125 is warrant number 16.
Second.
Um,
CPF.
All right, I'm just looking for the actual.
Yeah.
It was a
resolution.
separate document, I believe. I have it as a separate document.
All right, anyways,
CPF and,
John,
yeah, I second it.
warrant number 16, capital 16, CPF and payroll liability, seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 41061 accepts donation to the North Sea Beach Colony, ECP,
Second?
seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve. 41100, authorize supervisor to sign agreement for award of CPF water quality improvement project funds to the Board of Trustees.
Second?
I
Seconded by.
I had a
Council-
question on
Yeah,
the
Seconded by Councilman McNamara on the motion.
On the motion.
Councilman Schiavone.
Thank you. The fourth whereas, 19 proposals for projects. I know it's late, but
What's your question?
It says there are 19 proposals for projects were submitted, and, okay.
Overall, right?
I withdraw it.
Oh.
I get it.
Okay.
You
So
know,
I just-
I understand what.
So, I mean, just in terms of the
I did
conversation,
read
like, I think that our water quality committee is phenomenal, and they do a great job reviewing these proposals, and I understand sort of their feeling like this could be paid for without CPF dollars, but it also could be paid for with CPF dollars, and not burden, particularly with the trustees having their own line, to the property taxpayers of the entire town for something that CPF could legitimately pay for. And I've had this conversation with Fred, Summerman and Thiel. So I understand where they're coming from. And in general, I don't disagree with their recommendations, but I think we should be doing all 5 years. We should be providing consistency, and we should provide adequate funding for managing the cut and the other, elements of the water quality plan. So I am going to support this. But
Well, this
Yeah,
is
this
just
is
the
1 year.
1 year.
Right.
This isn't 5 years.
Yeah.
Because they
I
had
don't
an
think-
immediate need, apparently, but.
this peels out,
To me, the question
For
wasn't
2022.
necessarily water quality versus taxpayer dollars or from their, from their other funds, but whether we give a 1-year grant or a 5-year grant. I
all
feel
right, so
much
if
more
we do
comfortable with the 1 year.
this is retroactive to January 2022, and they had asked for, what were the years?
It only goes to 26.
And retroactive is a little,
So when we do the rest of the packet, if we do give them the money, will we not, do we drop out 1 year, or is it starting the year after this?
That has to be
This is for
determined.
2022.
And this is for 2022, this one here. But the bigger question is that the accounting for this is specifically for MECOG's cut and monitoring and managing it. And the original plan that we spent almost $500,000, $450,000 on this development originally back in 2018, I think it was, or earlier than that. I think it was earlier.
that's when it was
we sat.
completed, before it was.
Yeah, and that, the accounting for that needs to be
22
contained
through
in,
26.
in these applications so
So
that
we wouldn't
I think we can look
We'd
back
have
at
to
it.
shorten it by,
Yeah,
Well,
just doesn't really add up though total for 22.
so we'd have to.
No, it doesn't, because the Water
This is the
Quality
ma-
Board
the- what
said,
they
we already gave some money for this project.
Right, but
Because
some
it
work
was
hasn't
7.
been done yet for
Right.
2022, so that would be
That would
included.
be
So
the-
if we want to do the full funding, we'd subtract that from the 1.7.
I would assume so,
Yes, that's what I would think, but
Yeah.
it all depends on seeing what money
This
is
is,
being
this is,
spent on.
this is, the only reason why this is on for tonight to get this done is because there is outstanding bills for emergency dredges that they did, and we need to get those paid, so that when they do them, they can, so that when we did the long dredge that we were just talking about having to be done in a timely manner and possibly sooner rather than later, they can get that scheduled because they.
All right, I'm still on board. I thought this was for the full thing,
No.
5 years,
No.
but it's just the 1 year?
2022.
But I want to work on the process because it's complex and it's uncertain as to how monies are accounted for, and that's important.
Yeah.
All right, so we had a motion, sorry, motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sunday, can you add me as a co-sponsor on that?
Say it again?
Can you add me as a co-sponsor on that?
All right, I'm at 41108. Notice of public hearing to consider the acquisition of land at 1040 Flanders Road and amend the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include that property.
Second?
Second by Councilman Martel. Which one is that?
7Zs?
Or is that the next one?
Is that 7Zs?
Yeah, I think that's 7Zs, and
1040.
1140 is the
I
one
think it's
next to it.
17.
So I guess we have an agreement on,
The land.
Yeah,
we have an agreement on price, huh?
yes, and now all of a sudden they want to close quickly.
Say it again?
They
I'm
want
just
to
having
close,
trouble hearing.
yeah, they want to close quickly, so that's why this came up as a walk-on.
But wasn't, did we have an, do we have separate offers? We had one on this and one on the other
Yes.
piece?
Yes.
So this is just the one piece, or they
Yes.
also have agreed to do, oh, we
Yeah,
have,
We have another
Yeah,
one.
but
oh, the
no,
other one's the
coming
next
up.
one, right, okay.
You're just setting the
I'm
public
gonna
hearing for
second
the
this.
13th.
Okay, so I'm sorry, who seconded it?
I did this one.
It's late.
Tommy John's doing
Too
the
late.
next one.
All right, I'll call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 41109, a notice of public hearing to consider acquisition of land at 1140 Flanders Road, amending the CPF management and sewage plan to include that property. And Tommy John, you wanted to second this one?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 41111, authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with Hampton's Production House LLC for the preparation of a video to highlight accomplishments of the Community Preservation Program.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. I just can tell you a little bit of, I talked with Lisa about this. Last year we did a calendar, which I thought was really effective, and maybe we will again. But I also said, why don't we do something on like CTV or the community channel where we can actually show some of these properties where people can go hiking or visit? So that's sort of what it's about, is sort of highlighting I think, using CTV and the government channel to sort of highlight some of the public lands. I think it's gonna be really nice. They're gonna do aerial shots and things like that. All right, so a motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 41119, recall and amend award and
Oh,
authorize
wait,
supervisor
I'm
to sign
sorry.
a contract with Nelson Voorhees for Shinnecock Hills Extension.
Yeah.
That's different. That's
Yeah.
something else. Jim, what is that one?
That's the roadway that we're trying to do, this Shinnecock Hills Road with
Right.
the folks over in, whatever community that is over there, off a hill, this is the road again, the private road that goes to
Right,
Hill
that
Station.
Greenfield subdivision that we're trying to
Yep,
create a safe exit.
another access out for the folks over there. and-
All right,
and
so
Also for emergency access to the chief.
who
has requested
seconded? Nobody? Is there a second?
What are we on?
We're on number 8 and the walk.
This is the Greenfield Road.
41111.
Yes, Greenfield
Who
Road.
doesn't want to do a Town Road 200?
Uh-huh.
Well, we've already put money in place to do the
Yeah.
road construction.
Yeah, we have,
This is
We
what,
haven't
the
voted on it.
engineering?
yeah. We're working with Tom Houghton on getting the numbers.
I need a second, guys.
Second.
Second by Councilman McNamara.
One number,
All in favor?
there's an issue here.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Abstentions?
No, I just don't, I don't want to get into it
Yeah.
at this point.
Why not? I mean, you want to table it? Or-
It might be better. It's your resolution.
Well, I don't know, let me just see, what are we?
That's what I was trying to find.
I think it's a really important project, so,
Did we vote on it? Thought
well,
voted
we
on it.
did, but I.
We're in the middle
we
of the
had-
vote. There are currently 4 yeses.
We'll make it 5. I think we're
Either way.
okay.
You okay?
Yeah. It can be solved otherwise. All right.
What page is number 8 on? Want to see if I can figure out what the issue is.
There's no issue. Let's move on.
Okay. So it was unanimous then? the vote?
Yes.
Okay. 41121, which is the last resolution, because we've already done the 41130. So this is 2022 notice to proposals RFP redevelopment at 20 Shinnecock Road, Hampton Bays. I have a second on that one.
Second.
This is the Bel Air.
Yep, second.
And Jim, can you talk us through this?
Yeah, what this will be doing, we'll be putting out a request for proposals for the design and plan, site plan and design. Hopefully there'll be, and the supervisor I mentioned earlier, we've received quite a bit of interest over the last few years from interested developers who we would like to do something in accordance with the Hampton Bays Revitalization Plan that we put forth a number of years ago. So this is putting out the RFP, inviting proposals, design proposals. Ultimately, we were thinking that whatever proposal we'll get will be reviewed, and the ones that that we're interested in, we're gonna invite them to make a presentation before the town boards at our work sessions. And that'll also address, invite the public to have their input on what plans they like. And if we narrow it down to say, two or three of them, then we would ask at that point for their financial bid, their bid as to what.
So just mechanistically, so they would be telling us, I mean,
Yeah, they have the plan, they understand, most.
They had, so the, what do you call it, urban renewal plan.
Urban renewal plan, Hampton Bays
Outlined
providers.
two proposals, both about 14,000 square feet. One was townhouse development of like 12 units.
Yeah.
And one was a hotel development of 22 units. But the health department isn't giving us 22 units, only giving us 16 units of hotel. So.
Something along those lines.
So you're,
Something along those lines.
so we're, in essence, gonna be telling the developers which project we like the best before they tell us what they're going to pay for it.
No, they're gonna tell us what they would do with the property if they purchase it. They're gonna tell us how much they would pay and what they would do, but it all will be contingent upon the health department giving them that flow.
The parameters are
So we couldn't close on it
already
without
been
the flow.
voted and approved on, with the the urban renewal plan, the Hampton Bays Revitalization Plan. In that plan, we talked about two concepts, either some type of townhouse, condo, co-op community, or a continuation of like some type of hotel use. So those are the two choices. Now we're inviting people to come
But
in.
with the plan that they're pitching, are they also putting what they would pay for the property in that RFP?
Not here.
So that's what I said. So that means we're going out and we're gonna hear from 5 or 6 developers.
Yep.
We're gonna narrow it down to 2, and then
Or-
those 2, knowing they're the best plans, are gonna tell us what they'll pay for the property.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, aren't they gonna tell us what they're gonna pay for it beforehand?
Not here, not on this thing, no, we're not.
No?
Just doesn't seem right to me.
Why? What's the?
Because you're,
Shouldn't we make them all,
I think they should say what they're gonna pay for the property too, because
think they should
if they
tell us
don't,
what they were
then
gonna
you're
do and how much
basically
they were
narrowing it
willing
down
to
to
pay.
two
Well,
two
that can come
buyers.
out.
because I
Well,
don't
we
wanna
don't have to narrow
narrow
it down to 2. We don't have to narrow it down to anybody. We can get the 5. We can have 5 and have 5 people bid for it. If we like 5
I
choices.
mean, the
we
whole
have 5.
idea was to basically go to some of the civics or whatever it is or, get some input on the look and feel of it.
Right. That's what we wanted first, and the way
And then
to
we're gonna
satisfy
pick
that would
who
be to
we
have.
think is the best fit.
Right. Yeah, we don't have to narrow down the
We can ask
proposals.
after
Of
we get
course,
all the proposals, we can
absolutely.
ask them all for a price.
Whatever you want to do, the board wants to do at that
I
point.
think that has to be weighed with the plan.
Sure, yeah, and then you're not necessarily going to pick the highest bidder necessarily. You're going to pick the highest bidder plus the best design, the best proposal. That's the concept here, is that it doesn't necessarily go to the highest bidder. It's a combination of the best plan.
Who's putting this thing together, this bid? The RFP?
What do you mean, who's putting it?
Well, somehow, if somebody wants to bid, they need to know what we're looking for. We want
Sure.
renderings, we
Oh,
want,
we have the whole bid package is out there and explains it, and Janice had put a lot of work into this.
all right, I haven't seen the bid package, but, so, where,
It explains, it references the Hampton Bays Revitalization Plan, it references the goals, it has all the information that any proposed bidder would need to submit a bid, and if they have
So we don't
questions,
have
they
to
can.
take the
submit.
lowest bid, Jim?
No.
you mean,
No, well, it'll be the
Ask the
highest bid.
question.
It'll be the highest bid,
Because
not the
sometimes
lowest
you
bid.
know-
you mean the highest bid? we don't
No,
know.
I'm saying the lowest bid, sometimes the lowest viable bid versus the,
No. Well, here we'd be looking for the highest because we're selling the property, so we want the highest bid, but
Well, but we don't.
we don't necessarily have
Don't
to
have to
take the
take the
highest bid.
highest.
It's a combination of,
he doesn't.
it's a
No,
combination of the design and what you want. And of course, in the plan, and what we talked about, even, this board, when you decided to go this route, when we purchased it, we didn't use CPF monies. We looked at it, we wanted to do something that was gonna be the best for the
But you
community.
can't, it's not so easy to disqualify somebody if the highest bidder if their plan is a good plan, and say, oh, no, we're gonna take a lower bidder.
That's your, I mean,
Unless you put
we'll face
together
that bridge when we
criteria
get to
by
it, I
which
think.
the
I don't think we're even in.
decision's gonna be made.
It may be the situation that you're gonna get, you'll like 5 proposals, and then the highest bidder, you're gonna like it, and you sell it to that person, but you're gonna reserve, that's your choice, that's your judgment. And it may be a situation that at that point in time, that the highest bidder is also gonna be the best plan, but that's gonna be your choice.
Or I'd like to know who's out there,
Yeah,
who's interested.
sure, that's the first part. First part is who's gonna respond. And then the second, and then what their design is, and then you vet the design through the community. And then you can invite and whoever's there, whoever responds, you can still invite any of those responders to make a bid.
And we're not even considering cleaning up the property, like making the current building. We want them to tear down the building and build something new, right?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Okay. Because some people have said they wanted to just, make it into this retro hotel there.
That can be part of their plan, if they want to do it, sure, that's part.
But then, I think it should be elevated and moved further from the water, but,
That's,
all right, well, I'm okay.
that'll be all fleshed out, during the process, you would hope.
Well, I know a number of people are willing to build something new there.
Right.
All right. All right, so do we have a motion and a second?
No second that I have. Do you have a second?
I did.
You do? You're Rick?
You seconded?
Yeah.
Rick seconded.
Rick seconded, okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm a no.
Was that?
I'm a no.
You're no.
All right, you're a no. Okay. All right, so we had 4 on that. All right, is there any other business? It's been a long night. It's almost 11. We've been here since 6. That's 5 hours.
Another day.
So, all right, hearing none, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
This will.
Gotta go home and make some dinner.
We have half hour at least to get home. Drive carefully.
I already said that. I already said we were gonna vet.
This is the only
Well, yeah.
I would have made it apart.
Yeah, I don't blame you for that. I mean, that's a viable choice.
I would have made it.